Good morning, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Sports, Games, Physical Health and Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2020. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2015-2030 as part of awareness and campaigns. And also international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of the Almighty, we shall continue to today's session. Before continuing, we would like to share few instructions. All the participants, speakers are requested to rename their Zoom participant name in the Zoom profile to your name as you want to be appeared on the certificates. If you are unable to change, you can log out and log in after changing your name. So attendance is being tracked automatically by the Zoom platform. So certificates will be issued based on the registration and attendance and feedback. So ensure that when you are attending, you set your participant name as a real name as you want on the certificates. And you can leave your questions, queries, observations, comments in the chat box. When we invite you for question and answer, you can feel free, unmute yourself, and you can ask your queries. To avoid any sort of inconvenience to everyone, we will be muting all the participants and we will be enabling permissions to the co-host who are presenting at that point of time. And also, kindly raise your hand if you have any query at any point of time. Instead of interrupting sessions, ongoing sessions, what we can do is you can put your message in chat box and we will take there is question and answer after each session. And we will also be having question and answer sessions, the sessions, and as well as a feedback session. So all the participants are requested to leave their feedback once session is completed in the chat box. Feedback is mandatory for all the sessions. You can leave whatever you feel, observation, comments in the chat box. And at the end of the conference, we'll be sharing feedback link, the form, feedback form. You can fill up the feedback form. So with these instructions, always keep yourself muted unless and until invited by the organizers, so that we can have pleasant sessions all the day. So thank you once again. We welcome you all for joining us once again to the National Conference on Youth, Sports, Games, Physical Health and Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2022. Today and this week we were commemorating this month, as well as this month we are commemorating various international days like World Skills Day, which was celebrated on 15th July 2022 with the theme Transfer Skills for the Future, and World PR Day, Public Relations Day on 16th July 2022, Trust, Truth and Transparency. And we recently commemorated International Moon Day 2020 with the theme Lunar Exploration, Coordination and Sustainable Development, Sustainability, and World Chess Day with the mottos of a federation which is promoting chess worldwide. Teach someone how to play chess on 20th July 2022. With all these events and also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so we are organizing a series of webinars, international and international conferences daily. Every day, 6 to 8 p.m. we are having international, and on Sundays we are organizing international conference where participant speakers from across the joining, registering and joining and attending the international webinars and conferences. So we invite everyone to join us daily, same for all the days, and only the timing differs. Weekdays it's 6 to 8, and on Sunday it's 11 to 5. So you can also subscribe to our calendar, which automatically to reminders of all the events daily and as well as weekly, and any special events that are being organized by us. And we'll be sharing as you have already received and you have registered and joined us. You already have the Facebook group link and as well as Telegram channel link. Join them and you can get all the updates about ongoing events and upcoming events. So with this, we'll continue to today we have with us presenters from across the nation and also abroad. We have with us Dr. Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta, University, and Mr. Mohammad Nafi KM from Department of Social Work, University, and Ms. Rajashri Bhuyan from Assam, and we have Ms. Anjana Chaudhary from Chhattisgarh, and Professor Aparna Vajpayee from PP Savani University, Gujarat, and Ravichandran ji from Chennai, and we have Sri Virendra Kumar Thakur ji from Uttarakhand, and Sri Matt Perliston from USA, and myself, Dr. Ravindra RM, the coordinator and also the moderator for this international conference. So with this short introduction, let's proceed for the proceedings of the day. So the first speaker we have with us, our first presentation would be by Mr. Mohammad Nafi KM. He is PhD scholar from Department of Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. Mr. Mohammed, you can for your presentation on role of youth in disaster risk management activities during the flooding and landslides, India. Over to you. You can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation. Nafi KM, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you give me 2 minutes? I just want to switch on my laptop. Just 1 minute. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma, it's visible. Again, it has gone.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bit larger, na, that would be better.
Okay, sir. Just 1 minute.
We see battery is also low. You can connect to power supply.
So I'll just start. I'll share my PPT in laptop also. So just give me 2 minutes to open. So my topic is about role of youth in disaster risk reduction activities during the flooding and landslides in Kerala. So basically, my research is about the landslides and especially the debris flow, not the landslips. It's about debris flows and the flooding in Kerala, which happened in 2018, 19, 20, and 21. So I'm studying on 4 continuous years of flooding in Kerala. So there's a lot of reasons behind that. I'm not going to that. So this paper is about the role of youth in the different disaster mitigation activities. So especially during the rescue, during the relief activities, during the rehabilitation, and during the cleaning and disinfection of water resources, public properties, and awareing the community about the disaster preparedness. So a lot of uh, roles were carried out by the youth of Kerala. So this paper is about that. So I'm going to the introduction part. Just 1 minute. Okay. So among the Indian states, Kerala is one of the states which receives the highest rainfall because of its geographical features. We know a lot of kind of rainfalls are there. So this is a result of orographic rainfall, which is the result of presence of a big mountain, which is the Western Ghats. So Kerala is having a unique geographical feature of this Western Ghats. Means just because of this presence of Western Ghats, Kerala is receiving a high rainfall. And the months of June, July, and August contribute a dominant share of the annual rainfall. I'm not able to open it in the laptop. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay. So in 2018 and 19, the state of Kerala had faced the massive flood of the century during monsoon season. Around 500 people died in that massive flooding, and a lot of damage will also happen. And 38 out of 54 dams were opened after long years. Means a lot of dams opened for releasing the water. This water also contributed to the severity of the floods. The first shutter of Cherutoni Dam, which is in Idukki district, opened after 26 years. It was the worst flood in Kerala history after the great flood that took place in 1924. After 100 years, various towns were isolated because of the flooding, and a red alert sounded in 14 districts as water was released from dams. So districts like Wayanad and Idukki, which comes in the Western Ghats region, which is the high range region of Kerala, have caused drastic landslides and have left hilly districts isolated. So a lot of big landslides happen and a lot of accidents happen due to this high rainfall and the uh, different kind of landslides. We know 20 type of landslides are there. Landslip is there, rockfall is there, debris flow is there. A lot of kind of this landslides are there. Among them, these debris flows were the major one which happened in Kerala. So it was the youth of Kerala who responded immediately to the community needs in various regions. So it was the individuals from registered societies and people from non-government government organizations and different clubs, different online groups, and different college students who came to flooded areas of Kerala voluntarily and responded to immediate needs of the affected communities across the state, whom we can be broadly categorized as the youth. So I took the respondents from these communities, especially the development professionals, then people from the non-profit organizations, registered societies, then people from different local clubs and communities, then a lot of online fraternities were there, and have selected some college students also. So they responded to immediate needs of the affected communities across Kerala. Youth contributed much in early recovery, including resource mobilization, fundraising, rescue, rehabilitation, and relief. So the community needs were vast. Means around 500 villages were seriously affected uh, by the flood in 14 districts. So the need was huge, and it was the first experience for the government also to mitigate a flood situation. So youth, they came forward to help the system. So they did the resource mobilization for the affected people. They did the fundraising. They helped the government departments and authorities for the rescue of the people. They helped for the proper rehabilitation of the affected people, and they managed the relief camps also. So objectives of this study is the research paper attempts to narrate the unprecedented catastrophe that people from Kerala faced during the flooding and landslides in 2018 and 19. The study is discussing and reviewing information available from various resources and the role of youth in different disaster risk reduction activities like rescuing and rehabilitation of people during flood and landslide in Kerala. And to review the role and participation of youth of Kerala in mitigation of disasters, and to develop a better action plan for utilizing the potentials of youth in the future emergency situations. We know these youth were not given any kind of training, any kind of guidance regarding the different mitigation activities. So how we can develop a better plan for utilizing this potential of youth is the objective of the study. Now coming to methodology, this is a descriptive study using case study. Sorry, I have written case, means cast. It's wrong. It's case study actually. So data was collected from primary and secondary sources. I have did the online search from various sources like Google Scholar, JSTOR, Elsevier, ResearchGate and all. And I have visited the flood and landslide affected places of Kottayam, Alappuzha, Malappuram, Pathanamthitta districts of Kerala. Then discussion and results. Due to abnormally high rainfall during the monsoon season, major floods hit the state of Kerala in southern India on August 16th, 2018. Then after 2019 and after October 2021. So 3 major flood situation was there from in the last 4 years. It was Kerala's worst flood in nearly a century. Over 483 people passed away, while 15 remain missing. Nearly 1 million individuals were evacuated from different part of Chenganur, Pandanad, Rani, Edanad, Aranmula, Koranjeri, Pantalam, Kuttanad, which are the major parts of Alappuzha, Pathanamthitta districts. Then Malappuram district, then Aluva of Ernakulam, then Chalakudy of Thrissur district, then Tiruvalla, Iravipur, North Paravur, Chellanam, Waipin Island, and Palakkad. The states for 14 districts were all put on red alert. Then according to Kerala government, the floods and other occurrences directly impacted 1/6 of Kerala's whole population. It was classified as a level 3 calamity or calamity of severe kind by Indian government. So almost 1/6 of Kerala's whole population was affected, which will be around 50 to 60 lakh people. It is Kerala's greatest disaster since the Great Flood of 99, which occurred in 1924. In the state, 35 out of the 54 dams were opened to release excess water for the first time in recorded history. So all these dams are located in the Western Ghats area. So if the dams are opened, then the water flow will be very high and it will affect the low-lying areas of the midland. So 35 out of 54 dams were opened for the first time in recorded history. The Idukki Dam's 5 overflow gates were all opened at once, and the Malampuzha Dam near Palakkad had 5 gates opened for the first time in 26 years. So this also increased the severity and consequences of the flood. The Wayanad and Idukki's hilly areas were cut off as landslides were happened. Now I'm talking about the landslides which happened. Kerala is the 3rd most densely inhabited state in Bharat. It's a slender strip of land, of which 47% is occupied by the foremost distinguished orographic feature of the India, the Western Ghats Formation. The highlands of Kerala experience many forms of landslide, of which these debris flows are the foremost common. So debris flows are the most common kind of landslides which happened in Kerala. So landslides in Kerala characterized with a unique type of debris flows in the Western Ghats hill areas, which causes major destructions to human lives and resources in their river valleys. Now coming to youth involvement in rescue operation. The rescue operations begin with the Army, Navy, Air Force and NDRF along with the youth of Kerala. They came together to provide relief to the lakhs of flood affected people. According to the state government, 1/6 of the total population had been directly affected by the flood related issues. The National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, along with the Indian Army and Indian Navy, launched one of the largest rescue missions in which both the survivors and victims worked together in the rehabilitation process. We know many states of India are witnessing the flood every year, like Assam, Bihar, Bengal, and all. But this was very unexpected for Kerala. So it was very risk for rescuing this much of people. Means in Alappuzha, Pantanad, this Puliyur, and Aranmula and all, lakhs of people were abandoned. Means they were trapped in the water. So it was very risk for the government authorities and the army to rescue these people. So people came together by helping, by giving their personal boats and all for the rescue missions. The youth in Kerala, along with the fishermen in the coastal area of Kerala, had played a crucial role in rescue mission by shifting a large number of flood affected people to safe areas and also for fund gathering and for the basic needs. So next important point is fishermen's rescue mission. So the youth from fishermen communities of coastal region, they helped the flood affected areas all over the Kerala. The government estimates that 669 fishing boats and 4,537 people from the fishing community took part in the rescue missions. More than 65,000 people from various districts were saved by this fisherman youth. Then government gave financial assistance to rebuild fishing boats that were partially damaged during the rescue efforts, while also offering new boats for those that were fully wrecked. Estimate shows that 452 boats were partially destroyed, and while 7 boats were fully destroyed. So a lot of damage also happened for the boats of this youth. Then the youth of Kerala were actively involved in other activities also, like evacuation of people from the vulnerable areas. Means a lot of areas were vulnerable. They were not affected by the flood, but if the flood situation were continuing, then those areas will be also under the water. So those such vulnerable areas, they evacuated the people from such areas. So they also helped in giving early warnings to the communities, especially after the 2018 flood. We had a lot of learnings that we have to do this early warning system. We have to prepare the community for better disaster resilience. So these early warnings were given by the youth of Kerala in the future events, means 2019 flood and 2021 flood. Then the youth were also included in rescue activities in affected areas, as we said earlier. Then post-disaster relief works based on the relief camps and affected communities. So a lot of relief camps were open. More than 500 relief camps were working in different parts of Kerala, and the youth camps. Thousands and lakhs of people were rehabilitated into the immediately rehabilitated to the relief camps. Then post-disaster relief works based on relief camps and affected communities they did. Then they also did the disinfection of the drinking water sources of the communities. Then they also helped to clean the public infrastructure, including many Anganwadis, many schools, primary health centers. Involvement in post-disaster interventions, including water sanitation and hygiene was also remarkable. So they also conducted a lot of hygiene promotion activities in the flood-affected areas. Then we have to discuss the influence of social media. Youth utilize the social media well. The Kerala flood also manifested the usage of social media and information technology backed by volunteering could aid the rescue and rehabilitation processes much more effectively. People of the state used all the possible media platforms to reach the victims of flood and landslide, especially the Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp was widely used for the rescue missions and coordinating the relief activities. Student volunteers from IEEE, that is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, Kerala section, which included 79 engineering colleges of Kerala, came up with a portal. They started a website called keralarescue.in with the support of the state-run Kerala IT mission to collect the help requests from the flood-affected places across the state, which acted as a portal for the rescue missions. So the people who are calling for the rescue will be immediately directed to this website, and the concerned authority will reach to that location for the immediate help. So this was a website which acted as a portal for the rescue missions. Then WhatsApp groups also uh, helped in coordinating the rescue missions and these relief activities. According to Deccan Chronicle, the Youth Welfare Board has formed a voluntary service force to intervene during natural disasters and coordinate relief and rescue operations. The plan is to train 1 lakh girls and boys to take part in rescue and rehabilitation processes. So just after the flood situation, the community, government, and other departments learned that we have to train these people for the better activities, and we have to give guidance to do all the means how to do all the activities and how to effectively engage in different disaster mitigation or risk reduction activities. Then the conclusion is Kerala is a state of extreme risk of natural disasters and dynamic environmental condition give its location on the ocean coast and with a steep gradient on the slope of the Western Ghats. So Kerala is having a slope from east to west. So it's more vulnerable to the flash floods and the landslides. As the foremost cause for the frequent occurrence of natural disasters, mainly debris flows and flash floods in Kerala, is ecological damages happen to sensitive Western Ghats. So youth which I interviewed, they said that the main cause of the flood and landslide which happened is the ecological imbalances, means the anthropogenic activities that we did in last 100 years, especially the plantation activities in the hilly areas, Western Ghats areas. Like Madhav Gadgil said, there is a lot of sensitive zones in Western Ghats. So we have to stop this mining and other quarrying activities in this Western Ghats. Otherwise, it will create a lot of natural disasters. So this youth also believe that this whole natural disasters happened due to these ecological issues. Then the major ecological changes in last 100 years are extensive deforestation, planting agriculture, inappropriate and unscientific construction and mining, etc. So climate change is another major cause in occurrence of floods and landslides as Kerala started witnessing unusual rain and storms. Then climate change is another cause in occurrence of floods and landslides as Kerala started witnessing unusual rain and storms. So earlier it wasn't raining this much. Now we are getting extensive rainfall. So this is because of the climate change and global warming. So the potentials of youth can be utilized much effectively, and we have to give proper training, proper guidance programs for this youth about engaging in the not just in rescue relief activities, but to prepare the communities and make them aware what to do at what time and what not to do, and how we can sustain the ecological balance of the state, and how we can protect the forests, how we can improve the environmental awareness of the people. So these kind of activities that we have to do. So this is my paper. So I'm stopping here, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was a really insightful presentation. Yeah, participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and ask, or you can share your observations, comments, if any, on the presentation. Okay, if there are no queries, you can continue to post them even at a later time in the chat box, or you can use feedback form to share your feedback. So all the participants are requested to share your feedback for the first session in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself, any one of as you are comfortable. And yeah, Mr. Nafi, and what are the suggestions you have observed this youth in disaster management? So what could be done for an effective engagement in future and also to prevent disasters?
Sir, we have to start from the root cause. Actually, means the ecological imbalances, means environmental damages are the main cause of these landslides. We can say that floods are because of the climate change, heavy rainfall and all. And the earth should have a capacity to bear this rainfall, but it's losing actually. It's because of the sensitivity of the land. Means this hilly areas, the people are using these hilly areas, steep slope areas for the plantation, for the mining activities and all. So the earth is so sensitive in the Western Ghats areas now. So we have to start from the beginning, means from the root cause. So we have to aware the people first by utilizing the role of youth, that it's going to be a big disasters, means in the upcoming years, if we are not preventing it. Prevention means we have to make sure that environment is not harmed due to the development processes, and we have to maintain that equilibrium always. So first of all, we have to utilize youth for this purpose, for the preparedness. Then we can also utilize them effectively for the relief and this rescue activities. All rescue and relief activities were not organized in the 18 flood. So we should have a governmental system to group the youth of all communities, and giving local trainings to them, and giving them necessary equipments for the rescue and all those kind of activities. And we can also utilize them for the rehabilitation, and we can also develop a lot of professional disaster mitigators from the youth. So this is my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Nafi. Congratulations. It was a wonderful session. So participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask or share your comments, observations in chat box, or as well as you can unmute yourself now. Okay, before we proceed to our next session, so thank you, Nafeem, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. So kindly fill up the feedback form, which is shared in the form of polls.
Sir, good morning. Any flood relief activity that comes to the college wherein the students are immediately take up the activity responsibility of collecting money and their no, they are contributing to the welfare mechanisms of the flood reliefs. So those who are affected, they're getting really benefited. So when I was coordinating that time, students were volunteered. They were given different awareness that they went to each and every department and each and every classes, and they mobilized money. They purposely they created one box, and they were no undiyal they were taking the money and they were no pack the money, and that Gonja organization NGO during the Assam flood relief, where they have contributed nearly 1.5 lakhs, all the students' contribution. Immediately, that responsibility comes in, and we have to appreciate the youth for their contribution to safeguard the people, those who are affected by the flood. And this is a comment I want to say, but very well no, presented. That's so that's my view, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, uh, our disaster management system is based on relief only. So this is a wrong perspective. So we shouldn't. Relief is very necessary, very essential, but we should never give full focus on this relief only. We have to focus on the preparedness level also. Preparedness will decrease the risk and consequences of any disaster. So we have to give more importance to this preparedness stage of the disaster. So this is my suggestion towards this. Thank you.
Yes, it's very true, sir. But we are here. Sometimes it happens here near our coastal area, tsunami and all. Our students went and did the counseling and all. After the rehabilitation they have done. But this is Assam and we are staying in Madras. So only this thing we can do. All female students, and they can't go, no, they can't go and stay also. Immediately emergency work, all those things we have to, faculty members we got to consider, no. So that was the relief they can they have contributed. So that's the thing I wanted to share. But whatever you said is exactly correct. That is the way we have to go and proceed to rehabilitate the people, those who are affected by the disaster. Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 1. Our next speaker would be Anjana Chowdhury. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. If you are unable to see the feedback form, you can leave your feedback in the chat box also, along with your details. So it will continue. You can continue to fill the feedback form while we introduce our next speaker. We have with us Ms. Anjana Chowdhury, Assistant Professor and also PhD Scholar, Department of Zoology, Government VYT PG Autonomous College, Hemchand University, Durg, Chhattisgarh. Ms. Anjana, can you unmute yourself? Ms. Anjana, can you hear me? Ms. Anjana? Yeah, you can unmute yourself. You are muted, ma. Okay, you can take over for your session on dead fishes, a biomarker of drastic change in environment, a review. Over to you. We can't hear your voice. Ms. Anjana, we cannot hear your voice. Could you check with your audio settings? Or you can use your headphones if you have any earphones, something like that. Not audible, ma. Not yet. It's not audible, ma. Any other participants can hear?
We hear you, sir.
Not me, ma. This our presenter Anjana.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Anjana, you have to check with audio settings, ma. Some problem at your side.
Ma'am, try to remove the headset and use the phone. It will be okay, I think.
You can unplug and try, and if it doesn't work, you can again plug in and try. No, ma, we can't hear you. You are using laptop or mobile, ma? We can't hear you, ma. Otherwise, you can try logging out and logging in. See if there are some permissions denied or to audio or mic. It's not audible, ma. It's not audible, ma. Or you can try from some other device, any other mobile or any other device, ma. No, ma, it's not audible. Okay, we'll do one thing. You try to take some help from your family or friends, na, in the in that place, and try to connect back. In the meanwhile, we will invite our next speaker, and we will see what can be done. Okay, then we have with us our next speaker, Nilesh Ahire.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma. Let me introduce you.
Just can you give 2 minutes, sir? I am.
So Nilesh Ahire is a Mr. Nilesh Ahire is a assistant professor at KK Wag Institute of Engineering, Education and Research. And he will be presenting on analysis of G+3 residential buildings using ETAB. Over to you, Nilesh.
Sir, can you give 3 minutes? I'll join you in 5 minutes.
Okay, how much time you require, ma?
Here, it little bit noise is there in this area. I will go in the good audible area. Sir.
It's audible, ma. You are clear.
Yes, sir.
You can start your video also and start your presentation. Now you can try, ma. Anjana, can you try it now, ma? Is it resolved? You can unmute yourself. Yeah, you have been unmuted, ma. You are unmuted, ma. But your voice is not audible, na? In the meanwhile, participants kindly fill up the feedback form for session 1. Miss Anjana, we cannot hear you, ma. You can do one thing. If you have 2 mobiles in your home, you can call each other and fix it and join conference, ma. It's not audible, ma. Try increasing the volume in your mobile or laptop to the maximum.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma.
Sir, Nilesh Iyer here. Sir, can I present now? Hello?
Hello? Huh?
Sir, can I present now? Hello?
Chandan Kumar?
No, sir. Nilesh Iyer. Sir,
Ah,
another person is sharing.
okay, ma. You can go ahead. Start presenting, ma.
I can present myself, Nilesh Iyer. I can present, sir. Hello?
You can share your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Not yet, ma.
Not it.
Mr. Nilesh? Is there any problem, ma?
Yes, sir. My PPT is not able to share. I am trying to share now PDF.
You are using mobile or laptop, ma?
Sir, mobile is there, sir.
You have to first open your PPT, then click on share in the Zoom. You will have this sharing option. Then you have to click share
Okay, Zoom,
screen and select the window.
Okay, sir.
Or you can check the entire desktop and you can open from there also.
Sir, now it is visible, sir.
Now it's visible. Continue.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Actually, a little bit work was there. I'm extremely sorry that this so much big organization and did it myself, even though so small. But I'm grateful that this your institute has allowed me to show my presentation on analysis of our G+3 structure in E-type. Grateful myself also. I'm practicing ISKCON, and I'm very much fascinated by various lectures I'm attending. This is apart from the discussion today, but I will start my presentation. Myself, Nilesh Aire. I am from KKWAG Engineering, KKWAG Engineering Education and Research. I'm teaching in last 8 years, and I've done my ME in hydraulics and graduated from VGTI College, Mumbai. I'm very much interested in structures and water research problems. So I've taken with my students who were there this problem, that how a design can be done by using E-type software, so that we can see that uh, this before construction, if any problem is there, or any uh, economical thing we can do in design, we can do in E-type. So I'll like to start my presentation. First of all, again I would like to thank Sustainable Development Goals, and in collaboration Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, and especially thank to our college, which is Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science, Wellbeings, Sri SRI CS. So abstract, I will discuss what exactly in G plus residential building, how we can design, and various loads combination I given, like dead load, live load, and dimension of beam and column I have changed, and compared the G+3 structure, how it can be safe, and can be economically even lesser it is there. Then also we can how can we reduce the size of beam and column, so that we can get economical section and uh, reduce the cost of construction. Okay. So introduction, I to tell that uh, whatever we do the analysis beforehand, we can identify the whatever failure which is there uh, beforehand only, because after the construction what happens is we can see that many structures fail, uh, like foundation collapses, or there is a settlement. Okay, that all the things can be done using softwares like E-type software is there. Okay, so basically E-type software, by using limit state method, we are going to do this analysis, and all the load combination, and using IS code we can this E-type software is going to work uh, by using various software, but I have used various codes, but I have used IS 456 2000. So objective was to analyze G+3 building using E-types. So, sir, I am audible, no, sir? Hello?
Yes, ma, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Okay. Sir, objective of my to analyze G plus building using E-type. So I've taken two buildings which were G+3 buildings only, and by reducing the size of beam and column, I analyzed that how by reducing also we can get a good design and safe design within permissible limit as per the IS code. Okay, for this I have gone to researchers who were there uh, in the year 2017. Lavanya has studied on E-type software, and he has given the various design how and analyze in using IS code that is 456/2000 and 1893. Okay, so this was a literature review I have done. Then methodology which I have used is first of all a detailed study of the area was done, like what exactly I wanted, like how the floor plan of my will be looking for G+3 structure. Then initial setup of standards IS code was done in ETAB, like I have selected IS 456. Then creation of grid points are there. So I have showed this snapshot how what is the meaning of grid point. Then there is defining of properties like concrete property M25 I have taken all these things, steel property. Then assigning the properties, assigning the supports, assigning dead loads, live loads. Okay, so assigning wind loads, assigning seismic loads. Okay, and results and discussion was done. This is the way how I have done my analysis. So this is the first building I have taken, in which detailed study was done, and I have taken 4x4. You can see over here, 4x4. Uh, this this height of the building was 12 meter, and the detail of this was the plan, and the detail things which I have taken, like concrete I have taken M25 grade, steel I have taken 4 Fe415, slab thickness was taken 125, and column this first for the first building I've taken column as 400 by 400 mm. The beam size was 250 by 400 mm. Dead load was taken as per IS code. Since it is a 12 meter height, I've taken the height of the building. So I've taken the dead load as 3.125, and the live load was taken as 4 kN. This is as per the IS code. Seismic load was taken as 2 Newton per mm. So this is a in this screenshot you can see how the initial setup of defining the IS code was done. Okay, so the IS code was taken as for steel I have taken as 800, and for concrete I have taken 456, like that. And grid exactly after getting open with ETAB, we select a new model, and we in the window where we can appear where we had entered the grid dimensions and story dimensions. So here we can see the grid dimensions were entered. Then I have defined the properties of the beams and columns. Like we have to give the size of the beams and columns. Okay. Then we have to give material inputs were given to you. Then you can see over here there is an option assigning of properties, which where you have to give the shape of the beam and column, like rectangular or circular. So here you can see the rectangular beam was selected. Then assigning supports by keeping the selection at the base of structure. Selecting all columns were assigned support by going to the assigned member. Supports were given. Okay, so properties of beams were given. Then reinforcement detailing was given to you, like what reinforcement you require. Assigning dead load. So assigning dead load was given after defining all the loads. Dead loads are assigned for external walls, internal, and by taken as mentioned about table. So dead loads has to be assigned. Just like this concrete is going to carry some load, so that load was assigned like 3.125 I have taken as a dead load, and the live load was taken as 4 kN per meter square. So these are the screenshot. After I have choose the live load, immediately on the screen you can see the screen changes, the building changes to blue color, and I have assigned the live load. After assigning live load and dead load, I have assigned wind load. So wind load in this case I would assign as 39 meter per second. Okay. But as per IS code, it is not required. But IS code it is not required wind load in this area of Nashik city. But still, I given a little bit because minimum has to be given that 39 meter per second. And after giving 39 per meter, this since Nashik is in zone of zone 3, so assigning of seismic load was given. So 2 kilometer per meter square was the seismic load given to the structure. After assigning all these loads, the building was then analyzed. Okay, so when I analyze, I can see over here the safe bending moment and safe shear force was seen. You can see over here the moment which I removed by manual calculation were same as the this by using ETAP software. So also the safe permissible condition was achieved. But after this was my results. Okay, for G+1 first building, same results were obtained. These were the results for SFD or shear force diagram, and these are the moments, safe moments of this G+1 G+3 building. Then similarly, I will not go now in detail of the second building, all the load combination and detailed study of another building. The structure is same. Only thing I have changed in this structure is change the and beams. Okay, earlier it was different, and now it is different. Okay, so this column size I have changed. Rest all the details are same. So like that, by using all these things, I have seen and putting all the same conditions, like assigning the properties of concrete steel. I came to the conclusion or analysis, assigning the loads. You can see over here, conclusion or results. You can see the size which was there. The shape design was achieved as per the IS code. Permission limit the moments where came. Okay. You can see over here bending moment diagram can easily seen to you. This is the shear force diagram for the second building, second analysis, by changing the dimension of beam and column. And these were the results. So by seeing this analysis, I conclude that the structure is designed based on E-type using theory of limit state method, okay, which provide adequate strength, solidity, and durability besides the economy. The displacement, shear force, bending moment diagram variations. So E-type also shows the displacement of the building. Okay, so deflection in short, so that the deflection also was in the permissible limit. So using this dimension of column and this column and beams, I can easily now construct the building using this same dimensions. In the displacement, if any beam fails, whenever I was designing, any beam was failing, the dimension of the beam and column should be changed. I was changing the dimension and the best dimension which was in which the beam is not going to fail, I would choose that. So that helped me to do the analysis, and after the construction, if the beam would fail, the building will be in trouble. So that analysis I done earlier only, and I changed the size of beam. With the help of software, building cost, building can be analyzed before construction, and minimum percentage of area of steel is used in our case, in this analysis is 0.8% of the gross area. Okay, and usage of ETAP software saves the working time and helps us in designing the structure accurately. Okay, so this is the main question, and our project is based on most economical column method. So we will do it by reducing size of section. As load is more at bottom as compared to top, there is no need of providing big size column. So even though I have designed a column of, let's say, 400 by 400, during construction I am going to tell that don't need of same size to keep in the topmost floor, because you can reduce the size. There is not at topmost floor it is not required, because dead load and light load are not going to affect the column. So because of that, I can reduce the column size and get the economical design for the whole building. So these are the references you can see over here. So in this way, I'd like to conclude that I have done the analysis of G plus or ground plus three-story building by using ETAP software, and which was economical and useful for analysis before and safe design, so that people can stay very safe and sure in after construction also. So thank you very much. So any questions or?
Yeah, participants. If you have any queries, observations, you can feel free to unmute or share in chat box.
Yes.
So we are seeing nowadays lot of flooding is happening and earthquakes are happening.
Yes,
so what kind of suggestions you would like to give for the construction while making so that it can be earthquake proof, or even if it is submerged in water for a good number of days?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
what kind of suggestions you would like to give to?
Actually, two suggestions, sir, I would like to do. First of all, whenever I'm going to design, first of all, we have to see that in which zone I am. For example, Nashik city, the earthquake, these waves are very little. Okay, for that purpose, I will design, because if I design for more earthquake waves, then it will cost a building. Okay, so as per IS code, I will design. Second thing, I will provide shear walls. So there is shear wall is there, provision of shear wall in the building. That helps whenever, even though I identified that there is small wave in this zone, let's say Nashik city, even though some now we cannot predict God, because anything can happen any place. So if I provide in this Nashik city also shear wall, by provision of this shear wall, it will be a little bit cost included, but by provision of this shear wall, even though the earthquake wave are more, then also the structure is sustainable, even though the waves are more than whatever given in the as per the IS code. Okay, sir. A shear wall is a wall which is provided. For example, I can give very example of this lift is there. We can provide in the lift shear wall. Okay, the wall which is been provided in a lift, we can increase the thickness and do it in such a way that the whole body of the building is been even though the earthquake comes and shakes the building, then also it stands. So these are the two suggestions from my side, sir, like that. And we have in our college also like earthquake creation structure, how one building we make, and there is shake table is there, and we test how it can be sustainable like that.
Thank you.
So,
And in terms of cost, how much percentage of the cost might go up, might be required?
1 crore or 1 to 3 crores it may increase, sir, because normally what we do is shear wall or any structure we make in the building. Normally, the cost will be, let's say, 20 crores we require for the whole building. But including that, you have to add 3 crores rupees for this making of shear wall. Only 3 crores, 1 to 3 crores you have to add, so that throughout the life you don't have to worry. Even though the very large waves comes, then there is no worry. But you have to invest a little bit more money, sir, like that. Hope I satisfy, sir.
Yeah, so it will be around 6% of the, or sorry, maybe it will be 30% of additional investment, right?
Yes, yes. Additional, whatever normal conventional building, if I construct addition, I have to do, let's say, 10% like that, 10 to 20%.
It's nice. Nowadays, almost all cities are flooded, exceptionally very few areas which are high. Otherwise, we see that recent years, last 2, 3 years, we are seeing a lot of floods. And whenever
Yes,
there is a cloud burst and we see the cities are, most of the areas are getting submerged.
yes, sir. Yes.
Villages
Because
are worst affected, but even
yes,
metro cities are also, we can see IT parks, everything underwater only,
yes,
airports.
sir. 2 floors are underwater, sir.
Yeah,
Actually, this all things are not considered when we design, no, sir. This all not considered, and because of that, they hamper to the foundation, and sometimes the building, many building has collapsed, sir, in our India also, because not considering these factors. So actually, if you, using this software, actually, if you take and get a economical section, no, then it will be safe in all sides, like earthquake, water. Actually, water is now becoming very hazardous in whole of the world, actually, because what this rainy season, I think whole of the year it is going on like that. You can see, and many places now in Nashik city there was flood, and many people's this ground structure, there was settlement of the building because of poor this foundation work. So we are actually having expert lecture. My friend actually is helping to the consultant that please try to provide some certain precautions in the foundation as well as like shear wall, all these things, so that in future any city will not have this type of problem, sir.
and nowadays, people are also using those with huge investments. They are using this technique of lifting up the height entire building through
Yes, yes, yes,
additional
yes,
support structures. No?
yes,
So,
yes.
how far these are sustainable and comparatively to the cost also, how far it's feasible?
Sir, these buildings can be of only G plus or 3 floor building, 4 floor maximum 4 floor building. If you are lifting the building above the ground, and if water comes and it is floating, you can take it to G plus 4. But if you want it for 40 story, it is not good actually, because there are various factors which will be not useful for all. If you are 30 years, any building lifetime is 30 years. So this G plus 3 floor building can sustain. The flood is coming, it is floating. But 40 story, if you are thinking of the 40 story building, it will not sustain till 30 years. So only to limited buildings only it is applicable. It is not applicable for all. For example, Palghar, one person has lifted his building because every year flood is to come, and he has to be his building is to be in underwater till first floor. So he has lifted. So his building was G plus 3, but in various places I read that 40 story building, still research work is going on, because there are various loads in the building, and if 40-story building is lifted, it will tilt. That angle of tilt is very large, just like a ship. So it is till now, sir, not under research, sir, like that.
Thank you for sharing your insights.
Yeah, sir. Hope I actually very little less knowledge, but I am trying to improve. In future, I definitely try to give very more insights because I'm started studying in these areas. So thank you for giving me opportunity, sir. I'm very grateful.
Thank you, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. And we look forward for more such interesting papers or presentations from you, even in future also.
Yes, sir. Actually, my
It's pertinent to the context now, and now rainy season, and we have to face these issues at least for another 3 months, 3 to 6
sir.
months. So maybe we can have more such practical oriented sessions, presentations, so that we can bring awareness. Maybe, as you rightly pointed out, we can also have a session on what kind of precautions or care has to be taken before starting a construction, or maybe this kind of sessions will also bring awareness among the public.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely. Actually, just now our semester has started in our college, and a batch has come. Project batch has come. So I'm thinking to give them a problem. For example, there is every year flood is there in Nasik. So in beforehand, if I get these persons, all the persons who are staying near the river, in beforehand, let's say 5 hours before, if they are getting the news that flood is going to come, then that will be very helpful for them. So we are thinking of solving this problem, sir, because what happens, these people get the information 2 hours or 1 hour before, so they cannot move immediately, sir, and the whole of their homes and whole of the shops are underwater, and they have a lot of loss, sir. So we are thinking, sir, you can also suggest on this, but we are thinking of solving this problem and work for 1 year, sir, like that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask, or if you have any observations, comments, you can ask. Biswajit, yeah, you can stop sharing this presentation, Mr. Nilesh, so that we can move on to next presentation. Thank you. So we have, I think, Ms. Sanjana is ready with her presentation. Yeah, Ms. Sanjana, you can start your video, ma.
Unmute me, sir.
Yeah, now it's audible. Finally, you made it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So please continue with your presentation. You are sharing my PPT?
No, sir. Yes, I am sharing a video, sir.
Okay. Your video is already visible, ma.
Okay, sir.
You
Thank
can
you,
continue.
sir. Can I start, sir?
Yes, ma. Please go ahead.
Namaskar. I am Anjana Chaudhary from Chhattisgarh. It is a area of tribes and forest. And nowadays, pisciculture is a common practice here. But due to the increase in industrialization here, the fishes are very much affected, and my topic is on the dead fishes, a biomarker of drastic change in environment. It's a review. Water is the most natural resource present in our planet Earth and make it unique among all the planet and responsible for survival of all the living creature. But the modern technology affecting aquatic habitat, aquatic creatures like fishes are the most distributed organism in the aquatic environment and susceptible to heavy metal contamination. As we know, the fish is the most active, delightful creature with magnificent color and elevating swimming motion. However, it may be matter of worry and distress when the fish die for no apparent reason. Modern technology are affecting aquatic habitat, aquatic creature. Discharged waste material has been used in different regions of the world for fish culture. Environment pollution can cause the poisoning diseases, even the death of fishes and accumulation of different tissue on the pollutant are direct. A few fishes floating on the surface of pond, lake is not necessary cause of alarm. However, when large number of fishes of all sizes are found dead and dying over a long time, it is necessary to investigate and find the cause. Fish live in polluted water tend to accumulate heavy metal in their tissue. Accumulation depend on the metal concentration, time of exposure, and the way of metal uptake. Environmental condition, intrinsic factors such as fish age, feeding habitat are to be noted, and the accumulation of heavy metal in various organs of fishes cause structural change and lesions, functional disturbance. When water surface is polluted by the untreated wastewater or liquid manure cause death of fishes. Dead fishes indicate dysfunction of ecosystem and water quality has been deteriorated. It also indicates contamination of water with the biotoxin, algae bloom, or chemicals like pesticide, herbicides, microbial pathogens. Global dead fishes, the most frequently linked to natural cause like hypoxia, anoxia diseases, change in temperature, color change of water. Due to climatic changes, temperature of river increases, and in lake and other water body, oxygen depletion due to algae die-off, sedimentation of large amount of aquatic vegetation, or excess of nutrient load, low water level and high temperature increases the dead fishes. Agricultural chemicals are highly toxic for fishes, which lead to erratic swimming, sluggish pollutants such as suspended solid particle prevent uptake of oxygen by fishes, converting living fishes to dead fishes. Industrial effluents, fertilizer, unionized ammonia, hydrosulfides are highly toxic to fishes and cause the fish kills. Many researchers has been done investigation in this field and their applied methods the methods they applied, I will tell you in brief. Mass fish kill events have been reported in all types of all the marine and freshwater ecosystem attributed to disease of human activity like acidification, eutrophication, pollution, agricultural run of biotoxins. River located in the northern Greece part of Mygdonia Basin and central Macedonia district is the second largest river basin. Due to the wastewater treatment plant and their operation result in outflow of excess of untreated leachants into the river. In June 2015, a mass fish kill was observed in the upper and middle part of the river water. Samples are collected and sent to analytical laboratory to measure the biological oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand. Ammonium, nitrogen, phosphate, phosphorus, total nitrogen, fat and oil. Dead fishes species identified and collected from the various sites of river. The dead fishes were inspected for external wound and sign of disease like virus, bacteria infection. Individuals with relatively good condition were frozen and used for further toxicological and heavy metal analysis by the Laboratory of Toxicological Veterinary Center. Additional sampling were conducted 1 month later for the assessment of water quality based on the measurement of several physiological parameters, sediment quality based on determination of heavy metals. Preventing of such pollution phenomena mandate the government to take strict action measures to ensure the proper operation of landfill and avoid accident and leakage. The Billabong and its extension arm are prevent and permanent hold on the Megala Creek of East Alligator River on 2nd January 1980. A heavy localized storm resulted in rainfall of 60 mm at Billabong. On 3rd January, a number of dead fishes observed on the surface of water. 10 hours before collecting started, more fishes were sighted floated in the river water, and samples were collected daily at 0.5 depth in acid washed polythene bottle that filtered through the 0.20 μm membrane filter and preserved with 2 ml per liter highly purified nitric prior to the analysis of ions and trace element. Separate samples were collected into plastic pack for anion analysis. All dead fishes collected were identified to species, sex were determined for the morphological characters were recorded. The chemical data obtained from analysis of water taken during and after the dead fishes occurrence indicate that death were the result of acidic runoff water flow into the Billabong. Protocentra minimum bloom were negative impact in the Philippines. The bloom occurred during a massive death fish in an area where aquaculture began. Water of Philippines were along with the neighbor are sited of aquaculture of chenos, milkfish. Samples were collected using planktonic net with 25 μm mesh and Niskin sampler for qualification. They were fixed and the solution taken, but the live sample were also kept to able to culture on the culture of the organism. Bloom were identified in laboratory. Phytoplankton counted from the November to December 2001 and January to February 2002. It was found that during the bloom, fish behavior was normal. At the end of the bloom, the fish were breathing difficulties. They swam on the surface of water and even jumped off water. Later, the fish floating on the water were already dead. The death of fish were resulted of lack of oxygen, mostly from the collapse of algal bloom. Sudden large fish death in the ponds and lakes often result fish suffocation caused by the nighttime oxygen depletion in the summer. Large fishes may be first or all of size of fishes were affected with the change in color. The clarity of pond water may be changed and the foul odor may be released. Death of fishes occur from pesticide, chlorides, gasoline, fuel, oil, ammonia fertilizer, acids and other toxic chemicals. For determining the correct cause of fish kill, samples were taken and it was found that the fish have the sign of disease collected from the fish farmer along with several water samples from the pond. Water sample and the fish are not combined and they are examined separately. 3 most common use method applied: therapeutic, drug and chemical, and the fish mediate fish feeds, collecting and dipping the fish into strong chemical bath for a short time period, adding chemical directly into the pond, then old dead fish that were bloated and collected at the surface. These are the few reviews I have mentioned here, because it is very difficult for me to work on these dead fishes. But as my guide said that you have to you choose this topic. At that time, I found few reviews and have collected according to that. Now I will come to the conclusion. The present review is a compilation of research work done in the field of dead fishes, as the fish is are the most staple of coastal area of many countries, and they are cultured in huge amount. They have economic importance. But due to the growth of industrialization and shortage of water resources, they are cultivated in polluted water. The concentration and the quantity of pollution can be analyzed, and the quantity of dead fishes which float over the surface should be investigated. And by reducing this toxic flow in water, our ecosystem become healthy, and ultimately this active aquaculture can be safe, and ultimately we will also become healthy after taking this taking fish as a food. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjana. It was a very insightful presentation. And how do you compare? It's when compared to the study area and other areas, what significant difference have you found out? Can you share with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, the difference is the pollutants which are mixed in the river. If I take a sample from Chhattisgarh, mostly the farmers use the pesticide and fertilizers in the farm, and they are drain off to the river and or the nearby pond. And the samples, when we analyze the sample, when we take the records of this sample, the fish body contain this type of pollutants in their body, and ultimately it will affect the human body also. The traces of these heavy metals and these fertilizers, pesticides, I have seen in their body, and also it also affect the peoples who are taking this creature as fishes. Sorry, as food.
Then have you suggested any interventions, ma, after this?
Yes, sir. My suggestion is we should not pollute that area where it is cultivated. That should be very clean, and that place should be far away from the industrial area, and it should be monitored by the government and the private sector who are taking pisciculture as their business, and they should not use the chemicals for the growth, and also any type of drainage from the industry should not be there for their healthy growth. And then naturally these creatures must given time for their proper growth reproduction. That is my suggestion, sir.
So across India, I mean, where do you find the highest contaminants in the fish? Any in your review of literature, have you come across anything like that? Sanjana, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in your review of literature,
Yes.
did you find any statistics on the highest
No, sir,
contaminants in fish?
Just I have taken the conclusion of this review. But the site where the pollution is not any statistical, it is mentioned. Next time, when I present any paper, I will surely mention this of statistical in a statistical form.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So it is very important nowadays. Lot
Yes,
of
yes,
use
sir,
of
yes.
fertilizers. We are consuming these fertilizers, which are becoming part of our food, and lot of cancers and
Yes,
other
sir.
diseases we are getting it in. So we need to promote kitchen gardens also,
Okay, thank
terrace
you.
gardens also,
Yes, sir.
where we can produce at least for our family, so that we can reduce the dependency.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand, or you can share in chat box. Okay, you can continue to share your feedback, comments.
Ma'am, very good presentation, ma'am. Just because that fish color is getting changed, is it consumable, ma'am, or is it toxic in nature, or how do you what we have to learn from your presentation, ma'am? Is it okay to consume, or you are making us to alert that getting the fish color getting changed?
Yes, madam.
We should
Yes,
be
ma'am.
bothered about to not to take or something.
Fish color is changed due to the toxic effect, madam. Due to their skin, they have lesions in the upper part of their skin, and the color is changed. That is the indication of some toxic material in the water.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I got it. I got your point. But nowadays, when we buy fish, also no different colors of
Yes,
fishes
yes.
are available than the original one. And but we consume it, it looks tasty only, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. We only see whether it is tasty or not. We don't think about why the color is changed. But many preservatives are also used to make this these fishes fresh looking.
Okay,
What
ma'am.
are the preservative we are using in our laboratories?
Okay.
For the specimens, they are also using that they sprayed over the fishes and it shows that it is very fresh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Very good presentation, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So thank you, ma'am, once again presentation, and we look forward for more presentations from you in future, and we congratulate you and wish you all the success for your future
Thank you, sir.
endeavors. Yeah. So participants, fill the feedback form. It is shared in the Zoom platform. There is no link as such. Our next speaker would be Ravichandran ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please wait, Ravichandran ji. Let
No.
me invite you, and the feedback form is also on. No, by mistake, the co-hosts are ending the poll instead of closing the poll. So I am not granting you right now. Just let the feedback form be filled. We'll give
Okay.
2-3 minutes.
Yeah, let it happen. We will.
In the meanwhile, you can open your PPT and keep all the things ready.
Sure.
In your
That
system. Yeah.
you can give the connect. Okay. I got it. Okay. I'll just.
After feedback,
Yeah,
closing the
got it.
feedback form,
Got
I
it.
will share.
I kept the files already open. Yeah. Once I'll come. No, one second. Few minutes.
Just stay muted. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to the fourth session. And I need to share the feedback form for third session also. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Or if you can't see the feedback form, you can leave your feedback form with feedback in the chat box as well. But make sure you are giving feedback in some way.
Yes.
Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. We can save some time because it's taking. So wait for another 2 minutes. Quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. You can be brief, not in detail.
Ravindra sir?
Yeah, let's wait for 1-2 minutes.
No problem. Can we able to make the CC caption? Is this possible to run through while we speak?
That's not always accurate. So sometimes.
Yeah. In my case, if possible, let's try with it. Maybe not this, but you decided. It may not be accurate. Correct, correct. But still possible. In my case, you try with it. Even your case, just try with it. How this really works. That will make many people here missing out any work. It's a new try. You have the right to start with this, right?
Yeah, Ravichandra ji, I'm
How
making you co-host. Do not end the poll. You can minimize the poll.
Yeah.
Let the participants fill the.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah. Because if you close it again, we cannot relaunch it. The data will be lost. And others will left with no option to give their feedback.
I have just closed it.
So, okay, now you are the co-host. You can start your video, start your presentation.
Yeah, I'll just start with the sharing. First, I'll go to sharing side.
Feedback form in the polls have already been raised in the Zoom platform. There is no external link. So if you can't find the polls, You can share your feedback along with your name, designation, and email. You can leave your feedback for the 3 sessions. See, the problem is people are joining, leaving, joining, leaving. That's why you see, the more complex the participants make, the more complex that the work of organizers would be. So they join for short time and leave and said, I have attended, I have filled the feedback. It is very difficult for us to keep track, and we often end up with no data. So that is why things are lengthy. So when we are more organized, the things will be more simple. And we also need to keep track of who is attending which session. Anyway, Zoom is automatically tracking, but feedback is also important. That's why we made it very simple to leave feedback in chat, but no one is leaving their feedback. So these are the issues, practical issues that we all need to understand, because it is important for us to understand. A very simple feedback, one-line message can be easily given in the chat box. But that also, if we are not able to give, then we have to find alternative ways to take the feedback. See, I have already told that people come, leave again. So how do we find whether that same person is filling the feedback? We have practical issues. So all suggestions taken, done, all have it done. We are doing this from 8 years. We have seen all kinds of issues and challenges in the world. As a participant, you may not understand, because you have a very limited scope here or anywhere for that matter. So we'll be closing the second session feedback form. If you are not able to fill up the feedback form, you can leave in chat box, but make sure you are providing feedback in some way.
Sir, I was filling, then suddenly it went off.
It's okay. Whenever we have almost crossed 5 minutes time. So make sure you immediately fill up the feedback form. Anyway, you leave it, you can leave your feedback form in chat box. And I am raising the feedback form for the third session, and it will be there in the background. So you continue to fill the feedback form for session 3 while the session is going on. If you are all giving feedback in chat box, then I need not raise this poll. So option is left to yours, whether you want to fill the feedback form in polls or in chat box. Okay, Ravichandran ji, you can continue.
Yes, sir.
Do not close this feedback form. Poll.
No, I did not close. I just kept.
No, I am just cautioning you.
Well.
Okay, you can continue.
Should I start with the what?
So let me introduce you.
Sir.
So we have Sri Ravichandran ji, Principal Consultant, HRM Mapper Consulting, and also Certified Mentor for Social Community College. And he is also faculty teaching OB, HRM Management and PG programs. And over to you, we welcome you. Over to you on your session, Sports and Games, Employment, Careers and Youth. Participants, you can share your feedback form. Already we have raised in Zoom. If you can't see the feedback form, you can just share your thoughts, comments. You can put session 1, session 2, session 3, and you can send it. Anyway, the message reaches me only as a host and co-host. So you need not worry. You can share with me whatever you feel about the sessions. Yeah, Ravichandranji, please continue.
I can start with it now. Good afternoon to the participants. I would like to thank our Dr. Ravindra, who is taking part of the entire version of our international conference on youth sports, games, physical health and education, environmental, sustainable programming, development programming, large amount of conferences, webinar sessions have been taken over by him, conducted by him, several numbers of such kind webinar events, and there were participants in one or the other. We get huge numbers, sometimes we get lesser number, but sometimes we get even larger numbers. And what we expect is, that all the participants do take this ample opportunity given as a platform from the person like Dr. Ravindra, and there are two more people like Florence and Mariam. We would like to take part of your development. So in this scenario, we would like to thank all the participants. Though the topic what I'm going to talk from HR overview, my involvement in every role of key supports on this ground of platform need to be touched from HR overview as well as the curriculum what we are talking about. See, everywhere, every concept, the resources are quite important. As long as the HR exists and the resources of human workforce engaged on employment or on service based or on charity or like aspirants, we need to have the right resource. So I always would like to talk all the people on this floor, particularly the participants on the webinar session, even live sessions, will always be expect people to get continuously engaged with the clear understanding why we are taking this and how we are correlating with this such kind of international conferences, reaching to the sustainable growth on programming yourself. So it's purely based for you and you are keen to take up. Okay. Ravi sir, my voice is audible? Okay. Dr. Ravi sir, my voice is audible, correct?
Yeah, it's audible. Please continue. Yeah.
Well, okay.
It's visible also. Slideshows. Yeah.
Got
Yeah,
it.
you continue.
Got it. Okay. Again, come back to the topic of our sports in India for the youth to get connected. How we are really. My entire discussion is going to be in a formal and informal on the context given to me. At the same time, I want to be quite conducive, take the time in a big, exact form. Within 40 minutes, I would like to complete this session. Great. See, the progressive strength for youth to sustain energy of the ambitions. It's very important how we are relatively taking our ambitions. Ambitions is usually used in every context. Education itself is an ambition. Every interest, every passions becoming ambitions. Most of the home at place, I know parents, if you say ambition is becoming previous days, everybody even till now, what is ambition? What's your interest? Well, the child, you ask him, he will say, my ambition is doctor or engineer. Those are all the words that are used. Even till date, it is being used. Because this is the kind of concept we talk on. Well, I just want to talk to you all very informal, because unless until you understand the pulse of what we are talking, interest of the area, otherwise it is just like a slideshow. That's why. During my age of 10 years ago, my son was very passionate to go on the electric train in Chennai. We were in Chennai. When he get down at the age of 6 years old, he usually gets down, and sometime once he asked me, I want to be very next to the compartment of the driver who is driving such a largest bending, curving snake train. Okay, well, okay. Sometime then what happened, while we returned, I took him on the first compartment very next to the engine driver. While he get down on the spot, when we returned, got down at Guindy station, he went very close to the driver place, watched him, and he was just down below. He was watching the engine machineries. I asked him, why? What happened? Why you are looking at it? No, it's very funny. No, with the smallest engine is down below, and it is carrying more than 20 compartments. How it is possible? He was asking. No, it has got its own electrical power, you will see on top, and there are various engineering, various machineries engaged in connecting in high power of electricity, not alone high power of many energy conversions. Okay. I want to become an engine driver once I come over in my later age, he said. Good, very good. You be an engine driver soon. No worry, after 20 years of 24 years of time, age, you be. See, why I say this a small start with ambitions at that age, he was saying, I want to become an engine driver. And before 4 years ago, I know I was asking him, what you want to be, just for a fun of it. I want to become a dinosaur. I want to become a dinosaur. Why? He watched a dinosaur maybe few days ago. See how the ambitions keep changes. Once he had become a dinosaur, then he become an engine driver. Laterally, how we go become changing and changing over with the ambition changes. The youth, please look at every youth in front of me sitting. Your youth changes, your interest changes, and keeps moving step to step, next to next, and you fall into the interest of areas. Okay. Again, coming to the sports, we all passionately take at the age of 12, 14, 13, something like that, those time, we always are playful, very eventful. India, how really supports our sports. Those all I want to talk to you before starting up your employment opportunities and sustainable growth programming of yourself within the sports. All the focus I'm going to put you across by slide. But at the same time, I want to look at you viewing your participant, how we all growing up layer to layer of movement. Now at the age of 12, 13, you are running on the floor, trying to become a sportsmanship interest. But over a period of time, you are given with a lot of other impulse, imprints, individual, everybody keeps changing your interest, whatever it is, change management within yourself is started bringing up in your life, starting even from the toddler age, you are growing up in this fashion of life. So your interest of one area gets either eliminated or get either stopped or partly engaged in likewise. Why I'm explaining? Employment opportunities, all how it is going to be ladder moving up next layer. Okay. Come back to the area of in any interest as an ambition, keep irrespective of either sports or anything as a profession you take with your education or non-education or by service or by practice, what we require: attitude, aspiration, performance, psychology, mental, eagerness. Eagerness is very important. Why sports uses aspirant is a word? You tell me. Sports usually use these words: winner, achiever, sprint. Sprint is the word. Discipline. These are the common keywords are used in sports area. All I'm keeping aside your education now. Nothing on education. Only sports I'm talking. Still, these are the words are used. Ambition, aspiration. It all interchanges. Because your eagerness stands with honor, superiority, power, achievements, attaining. These are the personal uplifting. That is why it's just a personal uplifting. Aspiration means the stronger desire for realization. Well, coming back, as you are having a huge amount of interest on sports, there is no difference in other countries, because in other countries like China, the sports is one of the important curriculums for anybody, any education. There is a paper. In India, school and education, how India has looked at. I know many of the participants commonly could have come across how the education curriculum with sports curriculum is being considered. I want to give you a little input about of the current environment of the sports and youth involvement, mental involvement, all put together here, showing you a well and clear black and white picture about the entire happening in sports in India, then gradually putting you into the journey of how employment engagement. Because I know there could be a few sports players sitting in front of me, or may not be, but still, this is commemorating program for sports and employment. I want to talk about this. Good. These are the sports: hockey, cycling, volleyball, basketball, shuttle, all kinds. Everything involves a lot of cuteness, aspiration, interest, important aspects in everywhere. What? First, what performance or aspect of it the individual considers desirable or important. Second, how will he expect to perform, especially in the sports important aspect. Third, how important the performance, win, lose, or similar in sports. Education, lose is a different. Everything is a booking model. Here, you win today, you win, lose. You win today, you lose next week. You win today, and next week you lose your game. So it's a fold of both the way, happening and happening together on next to next. But your growth of progressive programming in sports require huge amount of your connect, physical fitness, everything. I'm going to talk about that next. Okay. The use of term aspiration made in a number of fields everywhere. Sociology, you need to be connected. Psychologically, you need to be highly mental stamina you should have. Religiously, you must engage in. It doesn't mean religion here is anything we talk about religion, but religiously get engaged in. Ethics, yes, you need to have a senseful ethic for the every sports involvement. because these all are getting little diluted or disarray in India. Over next few slides, I will explain. Vocational regularities, educational guidance. Nowadays, your sports engage with a lot of IT involvement, lot of computer assessments, matrix assessment. Every speed is calculated, connected, high digitally managed in sports areas. So you are an IT man, even still you can go to the sports involvements. There are a lot of IT technological involved in sports areas today. You don't need to be an IT manager, work in one. You can also be a sports interest man to become an IT expert in today. It's all your scope of interest. A person with a sports interest can go into digitally IT involvement. Aspiration is a very important skill. Are the goals that the individual sets for himself for immediate future, such as goals for passing exams. Yes, sports has got a lot of exams. I will give you an idea next slide. Goal for the future. Yes, there are a lot of futures for aspirants in sports. Apart from not alone on the play on the ground, there are many jobs behind for sports arena. Well, it's a quote taken off. The quote measure of his intentional dispositions, an important element of his long range behavior. It's an index of the person as an individual helps to determine by the amount of self-esteem he needs to maintain. I want to explain, all you know it, I could understand you all people have understood. The intentional dispositions, intention is very important when you are winner or loser. And self-esteem is the key set points are that in sports area. In sports, there should be a different mindset, not like an educational doctor, engineer, software, any skill sets of whatever you have come across. Sports is a totally different arena. One should have good or bad, loser or winner. You should have a self-esteem and self-discipline, self-own personality, because HR is again one of our key areas to explain on those ground, but still I want to go next quickly explaining about it. Okay, there are two reasons I want to explain as an aspiration. These are the very important. I'm giving you from HR overview. Then only I can put you to the next slide, which shows youth opportunities. Social self is impelled by the standards of society to compare himself with others in the realism of achievement. And it's the nature of every healthy human organism to reach out beyond the limits of his current attainment. Attitude and attitude may be defined as a perpetual orientation.
Ravichandran, your audio is stuck. Let's wait for the speaker to join. He has some network issue. Yeah, Ravichandran ji, you can resume your presentation. Can unmute yourself, start video.
Yes. Got it, sir?
Yeah, you can make it full screen
Yeah,
and go
now
to the
I'm
slide. Very well.
Since I know I made it the full screen, that's why I think it's gone. 1 minute. I'll just make it bigger now instead of. Is this fine?
Yeah,
Is this very much fine?
it's okay.
I'll
If there is any issue, then you can continue like this.
now it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Make sure you are fitting the entire contents of the slide,
Yeah. That's
because in the top and
now.
bottom, some of the text is not visible.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now I will.
You can reduce little bit.
Now it should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to bother you all. I got system disconnected and I wasn't. The bus was held up and now rebooted. Well, okay. I'm just going the same side of the one we were talking about. Yes, the attitude I was saying you, it's a very quite important for the sports aspirants. Without a right aspiration, passion towards the goal of interest, no, it's very difficult to manage. Why I'm saying is this, in India, how the sports being looked in, how the involvements all comes in spite of the governmental norms, programs, progressive plans for youth, managing their fitness, managing their mental concepts, seminars, everything. So there all the individuals should carry. Attitude is quite important. So that's why I'm running this important slide to you. Two important reasons for attitude. Please read it out. It is not alone for the sports would help, even the individual personality will improve on other than sport activities. Attitude, remarks on attitude is a set of disposition, readiness, inclination, tendency to act towards an object according to its characteristic. The psychology defines attitude as an established set of disposition, abbreviated but comprehensive experience and the specific mental disposition towards an incoming experience. Please read it very carefully. Incoming experience, whereby that experience is modified on condition of readiness. The condition of readiness for certain type of activities. It is evidenced by either a positive or a negative value, respectively from the subject viewpoints. See, these all are need to be understood for the sports activities. Aspirants simply engaged in sports, you always have your own self-confidence that you will win on sports is not like an academy. It has got its own interest of understanding psychology aspect for sports aspirant. Please read it out carefully. Anybody is wanting out, we will share those slides to you. Again, not alone for sports, other than people are also important to understand. But here, precisely I want to say, incoming experience from the sports, either win or lose, it is conditionally accepted as a tail and a head, left and right, or similar here. Winning, losing is no importance in sports. I want to show you this slide. You could have seen it. See the style of the board, Usain Bolt. I've seen many views on certain attitude, behavioral. See how he looks. He looks like this. Before starting or after winning, before starting of a sprint running, 100-meter running race, is like he's like a leopard. His style, you could have seen it. His attitude is quite phenomenal. This is the style, the world phenomenon. There are many sports aspirants have seen, but this is the one Usain always shows starting before, winning later. He keeps both the side is laughing, smiling, and keeping himself more motivatedly connected for the audience who look at him on the big screen. You could have viewed this view. Please look at this, and his style of his approach similar for either win or lose time. Okay, come back to after showing these kind of views makes you to connect subject to your career in sports. There are many persons who have defined attitudes according to their own mental feeling. That's what perception thinking on his own mental feeling, physical strength and social setup. Everybody in sports believe I will win without knowing the other side of it. So they intake themselves, feel themselves everything, but inclination and feeling, prejudices or biases, preconceived notions, that's called notions, ideas, fears, threats, and convictions about particular physical education is very important. Physical education, that is the area where we are going to talk how there are biggest opportunities for physical educationists, for youth who are looking for on ground or off ground. Okay, psychological, physiological, sociological are quite important. Okay, come back. I want to explain few number of slides about sports where India sticks on and how we are going to come up, because many of them were dejected in sports who looked in earlier time, and India is the biggest 140 no crore populated, but our winning of many areas in sports, not even one gold or two golds in wherever, whatever form of international no sports areas, our population does not match our goal winning or any sports winning. Why? Please look at India has not achieved the desired standards of games and sports. The question is raised everywhere. Why the standard of sports is so down? I'm not giving you any negative input to you, but I'm going to give you positive, giving a shocking input to you on new slide for how youth can get connected, employed. There are several questions raised, so many reasons for the downfall of India's sports standard. Lack of self-confidence in players, lack of incentives given to players for selection of players. Please read this. Various external influences, entry into sports, and some physiological factors like level of aspiration, motivation of players, and attitudes towards games and sports of students, specifically at school age. It's a little, in India, personally, functionally, sociologically, I would understand at school age, India is not giving more priorities. And there are China and countries like Russia, they start their education as only sports, they only manufacture gold medals. They manufacture gold medals from Olympics. China manufactures gold medal winning in Olympics, any Asian Games. Look at that. Well, it's all next. In general, it is observed that in schools, large number of involvements are in very poor, selected, not because of, there are a lot of reasons coming in behind, but because of free diet, only children are going for certain games, otherwise not much. They go to place, coaching camps to have their own self-interest or monetary benefit like these. Not much directly connecting with the sports. Even from the childhood time, middle of the age, 15 age time, many boys, girls get connected over without knowing the full involvement in sports, but how we can overcome. These are the slides important I'm showing you. Quickly, I'm moving on. Okay. What is aspiration? The participation future level of aspiration is affected somewhat his previous performance, failure based. Lower failure makes attitude change subsequently very quickly in sports areas. Anybody loses, there are a lot of movies you could have watched. I know it. But while we talk on this area on subjectively in a very serious way, how to get employed, so we have to run it in a very thorough presentations like that's why I'm running in this. In spite of you could have watched several things. Okay. Did India is really got in? There are several reasons for downfall of India sports students may be lack of confidence-less in players, lack of incentives to players, specific criteria for selection of players, external influences in somewhere, all internally, externally, psychological factors like level of aspiration, it all engaged. I'm giving you these important points before going into employment. The students who are players have more than favorable attitudes towards games and sports as compared with non-players. That's what I explained in the beginning itself. Non-players and players in school period is always kept in a different version. So, okay, no, they stopped during the 10th standard, 12th standard, boys going to sports activities. That was the right time to get really connect on, but involvement is very poor in many of the school curriculum today. There is no sport engaged where what we need at the correct time. Okay, I'll quickly finish it up by next 10 minutes. I hope so. This is only, I want to show you where ups and downs are similar. Please have a look at this view and it will help you.
I
out.
remember I was not disciplined at all in terms of my eating and my fitness. I mean, I can't even relate to that guy anymore.
Sir, Ravindra sir, audio is clear?
Yes, please continue.
That I was in those years, you know. So I had played IPL from 2008, 9, 10, 11, and then 12. IPL 12 was, I was playing for India. I was playing for the national team at the highest level, but I hadn't got the success, you know, that some of the established players did. And IPL 2012 again had a really, really bad IPL season, and my eating habits were horrible in that season. Very, very bad. And I can remember coming back home and I came out of the shower. The team didn't do well. I came out of the shower. I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, that's the time it hit me, you know. And luckily, everything that's been bad in me, somehow I get that calling myself that you need to get it right. Like there's hardly anyone coming and telling me, you know, you're really messing up. It just comes from within. And then I saw myself in the mirror and I was like, you can't look like that if you're an international cricketer. You know, I was like, how the hell are you gonna continue like this if you don't take care of yourself? Boom, from next day onwards, I just changed everything about my diet. Hitting the gym 2 hours a day, just taking a day off in a week, eating proper lean food. I got away from all kinds of you know, junk. I did not have a cheat day at all. And within 8 to 10 months, I lost about 6 or 7 kgs, and then from then on it became such an addiction because I saw the results on the field. I felt quicker, I felt lighter, felt more focused, and then I was like, man, this is the path I want to walk. It was before all of this happened. This was when I played for the country and then I was left out, and for 13 months I wasn't selected again, and then it became sort of a madness that I want to get back up. I want to get back into the team. And then, you know, those 13 months, I was so focused. I was so focused that I want to get back. I want to get back into the team. And my performances were such that the selectors could not ignore me after a while. So eventually I got my chance again, and luckily I've never been out of the team since. This was actually end of 2012 actually, when we came back from Australia, and I figured out the difference or the gap that we have with other countries. And I thought if we don't change the way we are playing, or I don't change the way I'm playing, or the way I'm training, or thinking, or, you know, eating, I can never be among the best players in the world. And there's no point in just competing if you don't want to be the best. So I wanted to be the best version of myself, and then I based everything around that vision. And then my training, my diet, my approach towards the game, everything changed. And I know that I wasn't the most skilled sports person when I came in, but the only thing that's been constant is working hard on myself and my game. And that was the time I realized, well, if the Indian team has to be the best team in the world, we need to go ahead in a certain manner. I didn't feel that, you know, when I walked into play, there was any kind of fear or respect in the opposition corner. So I felt like I don't want to walk into the field thinking, or the opposition thinking, oh, this is just a, you know, just a pushover. Don't worry about this guy. He's gonna do no damage to us, and he's just playing just like another player in the team and stuff. I wanted to make an impact. I knew that I have the ability to make my team win, and I wanted to be that version of myself where if I walk in, I wanted teams to think like, we need to get this guy out or else we're gonna lose the game. So I thought if I can't have that impact on my team, then I'm not doing justice to, you know, where I am. And if I don't want to be that guy, there's something wrong in my head. Either I've accepted being you know, lower than what I should be, or I just don't have enough drive in me. So I said I'm going to unlock my max potential and achieve what I should be.
Well, The clip shows more of his ups and downs of his life on the sports. Why I'm showing you this, such kind videos only for the cricket available. There are many games in India is kept aside. Our national game of hockey itself is kept very badly in the other side of it. But how there are bigger opportunities and connecting larger number of employments and to sustain from those kind of sportsmanship people who are engaged in how need to be supported is all very big question in India even till date. But commercially, celebritarily, many of them only taking care of this cricket sports is very important. But how they're going to come up with next level is all happening now. You can view few of the very important slides, shocking inputs I'm going to give you how much there are huge amount of sports employment opportunities in India now. So don't take it in a cool way. There is nothing exists for India in sports. Not alone for playground. Apart from playground areas, even the game of what you are playing, well thoroughly understanding on the rules, regulations, see how there are opportunities. Quickly go. Okay, I'm coming back other than sports, plus marketing areas, how there are job opportunities. Active sportsmanship can have a huge amount of sports opportunities. Marketing areas, coaching areas, athletic administration, medicines, subject to there are large amount of homeopathy, Ayurvedic, and a lot of Indian medications are available for high amount of energy development. Such kind of medicinal properties or in for involvement of business model for particularly employment areas. So you have a large amount of inputs available now in the net source. You can search around. Short promotion, sports psychologists. Sports psychology is a very important happening in the world of today. In India, huge amount of requirements. I'll show you a few more slides. And where are areas? There are many jobs available in HR management companies and by government, public sector, corporate sectors, institutions, lot of job opportunities who are having a certified sports or district level, state level, district level, people are, many of them employed in government sectors. Many of our sports fielders wanting to get in employment in state government, central government, railways, banking industries, Tamil Nadu government, Andhra government, across all state governments want to recognize sports is a very, very key important lot of employment opportunities apart from this. Okay. Now, apart from one of the games, we always talk about one or two games of cricket and hockey or few more like what we always viewed on. And these are the areas, many sports involvement and job importance available. Badminton, yes. Football, yes. Shooting, wrestling, boxing, all there are rules, regulation, examination papers, questions, many interest you have relatively, you can also connect on education, and from there you can always become a referee, athlete, sports nutritionist like jobs. Kabaddi, Tamil Nadu is the biggest important key is happening in Asia now, where the Sports Authority of India is a body of government body having more than 35 years of period and started long behind. And how much of us looking for a job from Sports Authority of India with your own interest? Many we feel want to go to bank and want to go to IT. And there are many areas are also having passionate lines. You can have an exploring opportunity. I'll show you a few more slides, completing it very quickly now. Fitness, mentor, you can also become a doctor, referee. One of my persons who worked in central government 20 years before, I know him very personally because of this employment laws. And he was working in Hindustan Photo Films is olden days photo film. There he was working as a technician. Later, he lost his job. He could not get a job. He became a referee for ball badminton, shuttle badminton today. After 20 years, I met him just few days ago. It was very surprising. He said, I become a referee for shuttle games, ball badminton games, badminton games. He learned new interests. He got employed on a ad hoc basis across state to state, place to place he visits. Okay. Why I'm saying all this, you have your own passion, you can still have a larger opportunities by attending few exam papers on those. Okay. I'm going to quickly go to few websites visits to you. It is very commonly you will find out, I know, but still I want to say you register on Sports Authority of India. There are simple 3 steps available. Create your own profile, apply for schemes for various availabilities. Accordingly, you will have whatever your interest on sports. Okay, few more important slides coming behind. I am showing you, Sports Authority of India and talent search portal is there. You will not be, I don't know whether did you visit or not. Coincidentally, I also visited only on reasons behind, because I am not a sportsman, but previous days I was with the cricket interest, large amount of cricket is used to. Now see, the websites available, giving a large inputs about check eligibility, yourself we can eligibility checking, a lot of available slides I'm showing you now. You can log in yourself, register yourself, whatever interest, you will have your pop-in message coming to your WhatsApp, coming to your phone message like nowadays. This kind of search is going behind you, but we always talk something India does not give importance. India is giving an importance. There are a lot of opportunities, but we tend to keep on talking the previous days of childhood time or our ancestral talks. Nothing available in India. Lot changes happening. Go. Schemes offer. See how schemes are offered within sports. For each games, round the wheel, you see weightlifting, swimming, cycling, wrestling, ball badminton, many availabilities in state sports authority nowadays. As simple as a bank account. You can go register yourself parallelly wherever, whatever you are employed. Still your youth interest, want to become a professional. Yes, there is a way for you. Please have a look at this. Please visit these sites, government sites. Simple rules, how the process management for becoming a member. Very easily, youth employment opportunities. Okay. I can share those slides to you. Anybody suddenly want to become a sports interest, because escalating one to the other after this COVID reasons, let me tell you, it's not like a 3 idiot movies alone made changes. Even the corona made us change. Somewhere we can even move to the interest to interest as a passion. Sports, youth can get engaged. This slide. Okay. There are 350 centers available. Let me tell you, very shocking input here now. 350 centers in India for identifying, programming, planning for sports. Anybody's could have not even realized or felt about it, have viewed them. All the addresses, inputs, contacts, name of the places, centers, addresses, all are front on screen of yours. So youth, huge amount of employment opportunity within sports, on ground, off ground, play market. I'm coming next slide. So these slides inputs, you can visit Sports Authority of India, you'll get next by next slides. Okay. There are several corporates engaged in this. Many of them, more than 25 companies I found out. They are all investing money on sports management. The sports management is basic qualification required with undergraduate or 12th standard. You could achieve some district level game winner. Interest of your own area. There are management, state funding events, sports involvement, job natures are available. Few name of companies I've listed out over here, but please look in, you'll find many more. Okay. I'm completing the slide, sir. As an introductory, as an overall evolving around in HR areas and sustaining yourself, how you become a part of youth at this age to become an imperative interest towards sports, games, events of today, on ground, off ground, marketing, selling, nutritionist, food nutritionist, physical fitness, counselor, referee jobs, school availabilities as a teachers, all corporate institutions, many more jobs are available in portals today. Commonly, you know how to identify jobs. I will give you Indeed has got more than 25-35 requirements. I've seen it yesterday evening. Naukri has got a lot of availabilities, finding out fitness, nutritionist subject to sports areas. Thank you so much. I want to complete this splendid program given the opportunity by Dr. Ravindra happened continuously more than months of now, and he has conducted several such kind of every important day when comes in our universally, he conduct this program on the context of the important day. So I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra, and Mary Florence always will raise a question, I know. I would like to thank her and all the participants. Do feel free, give an opportunity to answer you or will connect you. And Dr. Ravindra, please take the voice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ravichandranji. You have given insights into various opportunities in sports, especially for the youth. It is often a much neglected area because of this glamorization of specific sports. You know, these even the influence of cricket. See, even in sports also Western influence is more, as we have seen.
Exactly.
And very indigenous sports are being affected and sportsmen are being affected.
Yes.
So you can stop sharing, then we'll move on to our next speaker. And participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask. You can unmute yourself. Mary ma'am.
Hi, sir.
Yes,
Actually, sir, only among my friends group, only I am not in sports. All my friends are hockey players.
great.
And because of Karnataka state, I'm from Bangalore. Actually, from Karnataka sports committee, no, they got into State Bank and Reserve Bank. And one of my friend is, she's a heart transplant because of a sports quota. Because 2 times she's got heart transplant. In Chennai only she did with Dr. Cherian. And now she represented India in the Para-Olympics.
Oh.
And she's lifted the national flag also.
Oh,
Indian
wow.
national. Her name is Reena Raju.
Oh, is it? Great. Great.
So I'm always very attached to sports people.
Oh, is it? Attached to the sports people. Great.
And one of my friend in Bangalore, she's Nisha Millet. She often comes in paper and all. She's an Olympic swimmer.
Is it so?
Yes, sir.
Oh, extremely super to hear from you.
Only I told no, only I'm odd out from my group. All my friends, because of sports quota only, they got in PUC and master and job. And this girl, being a heart transplant, she didn't leave her sports. Dr. Cherian from Chennai, he encouraged us so much. So she told you continue your sports. So she took training in Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore, which is famous. And afterwards, through some very good soul, we entered into Paralympics Athens, Greece.
Oh,
And she got the opportunity to got 3 gold medals, and
Oh.
she got the opportunity to carry the Indian national flag.
Excellent, excellent. One of my known persons in swimming from the age of 5th standard, from that mean 8, 9 age till now, he is only in the swimming sports, no education, nothing. He is in Bangalore. From my childhood, his son is doing in sports. For the past 14 years, only in swimming practice, he is doing it, no education. He is wanting to be only in those areas. There are India, how this going to be really going to happen? It's a massive energy required, stamina required, motivation required, involvement on the single show of interest till his entire education period is kept away, totally away.
And because of a heart transplant, and she's doing so much sports, my friend backed the Limca Book of Records also. She backed it, sir.
Limca Books of Records.
Yeah, she came, sir.
Extremely good.
Because everyone referred her for Limca Book of Records because she's a heart patient and she's doing so much for devoting herself for sports. Even normal good health people also don't do for sports. So somebody referred her through Facebook. Somebody from Facebook contacted us, and she's now a Limca Book awardee, sir.
Oh, external, super, super. One of my known persons similar to this, same on BITAC, Limca Books of Records. He's there. He's very near to me all the time.
This is my childhood friend, sir.
Yes.
Actually, my dad and her dad was friends in Reserve Bank for 45 years. I and she are, my dad is no more right now. My dad, I and she's a twin. One twin is like this, sir.
In India, that's the biggest trouble in sports, given the contribution from the side of the player and his motivation, interest, passionate, everything kept in a very unambiguous status. The status is very pathetic. Everywhere, cosmetic of westernized model in we live. Every sports is westernized over here. We have a lot of inbuilt availabilities, but we always go with the cosmetic of international designs. We Indian don't understand the origin of sports, how we are, how strengthful people are in the Punjab and Haryana state people, not in alone there, but their body strength, stamina, energy. If you look at them, Punjab people especially, I know there are few good players in Punjab, cricket players, massive players. They all go only to the army employment at last when they don't get opportunities. India is a little lacking in this ground. Sports, yes.
That's what I found very interesting, sir, because all my people are sports people. So your session, like it was.
Most of the hockey players, while completing their matches, after completing their matches, I know it. They only sleep on the inside the stadium steps. Our Indian
hockey. One more thing, one more record my friend made is that NDTV people, because she's a heart patient, they took a video of how a heart patient can also play sports, and they did a special video.
Oh,
so in that
motivation. That kind of motivation for others, because the youth get motivated.
In that I had given a talk on organ donation, sir. How you because of somebody donating organ only today she's alive. So I had given speech in organ donation on NDTV, and that girl played.
Is it so? Excellent. Congratulations, and really your involvement towards social connect is really wonderful. Very appreciating from you, Mary.
Thank you very much, sir.
It motivates the people who are the participants over here. Great. Very
Thank
great.
You, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
Anything else? Any other participant would like to raise and open their involvement in sports, please ask Dr. Ravindra and many more.
Sir, it's very good session, sir.
Great,
You have
thank
explored more job opportunities to the youth, but whatever you have explored, is it applicable to BPLC community, sir? Below poverty line youth? Any
Why
other
not?
schemes are available, sir?
There are several schemes available. Yes, there are several schemes available. You need to really vet on the inputs available. That's what I told you. More than 350 centers available wherever, whatever across India. We can go to the nearest substations of centers available. You will get a lot of inputs, information from the centers or online. Only the awareness is quite important. The slide what I've shown you, last few number in Sports Authority of India, there is nothing on below poverty line or across. It is available. Only the involvement is becoming quite important. The government is less involved. The people are also tend to leave it after getting their employment in railways on the quota of employment. Only many of them are looking for their employment in government employment. Once they get it, they stop either their interest or whatever. Sports is in this India only to get the employment. Entry into railways, entry into State Bank of India, or anywhere, whatever. There we are looking for as a sports area of nothing else. So you can have a lot of opportunities, not alone getting a government job, if not got. Many private industries, institutions looking for similarity of these kind of sports, like as I told you, nutritionists, many fitness, teachers, faculties, for even the PhD available for physical education today. You can do a PhD in physical education. You can become a biggest, important. The referee, I know there are cricket referees. When I was doing my 12th standard, my school teacher was a referee. He did his school education, during his teacher position, he did his cricket referee examinations. Likewise, many available. You go to the nearest station available. Sure, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, all the schemes are applicable for everyone, including BPL also. So there is no discrimination in that aspect. So anyone willing to take up sports as career, or anyone having the aptitude for the sports, can definitely go ahead. And every state has a sports authority at a state level, and also the Sports Authority of India at a national level also conducts a lot of training camps, and also these selection camps across the nation. So whenever there is an opportunity, one can approach them. Even the municipalities, that is local bodies, also organize, especially in summer. This is a very good opportunity where summer camps are organized on almost all the sports and games. And after training, they also provide some kind of certificate as an incentive, and also they conduct tournaments at district level, state level. So that is the platform through which many players get selected to state and further to national teams. So this is very good opportunity. In fact, we all need to encourage our children, students in schools and colleges to pursue these sports as a hobby or as a passion or as a career, so that they can also find way into sports. And as also we have seen, there is a sports quota reservation also, that can also get good employment, not only directly in sports career, but also in various other central, state government and the public sector organizations. Yeah, so
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ravichandranji. I very
Thank you
well
very much,
presented, and look forward for more sessions.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the participants and shown their keen of interest towards the entire show. At the same time, there are opportunities. As I told you, the centers which are very nearest to you is given in the Sports Authority of India. Go and explore more of opportunities. Go and explore new avenues towards this interest as well. I'm assuring you, you will have greater growth and greater achievements. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Ravichandra. We'll move on to our next speaker. We have with us next speaker would be Mary Florence Frida. She is a professional social worker having around 16 years of experience, and she is also founder for Mary Florence Frida Charitable Trust, which is supporting the cancer patients. So we welcome you, Mary, once again to the International Webinar Series, and you can take over for your session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting on secrets of mental health. First, we go on to the definition of mental health. Mental health refers to cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being. It is all about how people think, feel, and behave. People sometimes use the term mental health to mean the absence of mental disorder. Mental health can affect daily living, relationship, and physical health. However, this link also works in other direction. Factors in people's life, interpersonal connections, and physical factors can also contribute to the mental health disruptions. Looking after mental health can preserve a person's ability to enjoy life. Doing this involves reaching a balance between life, activities, responsibilities, and efforts to achieve social psychological resilience. Conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety can all affect mental health and disrupt a person's routine. Although mental health is in common use, as many conditions that doctors recognize, psychological disorders have physical roots. In this article, we explain that what people mean by mental health and mental illness. We also describe about the common types of mental disorders, including their early signs and how to treat them. According to World Health Organization, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or own community. The World Health Organization stresses that mental health is more than just the absence of mental disorders or disability. Peak mental health is about not only avoiding active condition but also looking after ongoing wellness and happiness. What are the risk factors of mental health conditions? Everyone has some risk of developing world. Mental disorders are one of the leading causes of disability. Social and financial circumstances, biological factors, lifestyle choices can all shape a person's mental health. A large proportion of people with mental health disorders have more than one condition at a time. What are the socio-economic continuous pressures which mental health patients go through? Having limited financial means or belonging to a marginalized or persecuted ethnic group can increase the risk of mental health disorders. A 2015 study of 900 families in Iran identified several socio-economic causes of mental health. The conditions including poverty and living on the outskirts of larger city, The researchers also explain the difference in the availability and quality of mental health treatment for certain groups in terms. Modifiable factors of mental health disorders include socio-economic conditions such whether work is available in the local area, example like occupation, a person level of social involvement, education, house quality. Non-modifiable factors include gender, age, and ethnicity. What are the biological factors? According to National Institute of Mental Health, suggests that genetic family history can increase the livelihood of mental health conditions such as certain genes and gene variants put a person at higher risk. However, many other factors contribute to the development of these disorders. Having a general with links to a mental health disorder such as depression or schizophrenia does not guarantee that. What are the biological factors that a condition will develop? Likewise, people without related genes or a family history of mental health illness can still have mental health issues. Mental health conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety may develop due to the underlying life-changing physical health problems such as affordable therapy delivered digitally. Choose for better health. Fast network of the fast network of therapists for your therapy needs. It takes a quiz match it and start getting support. What are the common mental health disorders? One is the anxiety disorder, mood disorder, schizophrenia disorder. What is the anxiety disorder? According to Anxiety and Depression Association of America, anxiety disorders are the common type of mental illness. People with these conditions have severe fear or anxiety which relates to certain objects or situation. Most people with the anxiety disorder will try to avoid exposure to whatever triggers their anxiety. General anxiety disorder or GAD. The American Psychiatric Association defined GAD as the disappropriate worry that disrupt everyday living. People might also experience physical symptoms like restlessness, fatigue, tense muscles, interrupted sleep. Panic disorders. People with a panic disorder experience regular panic attacks, which involve sudden, overwhelming terror or a sense of imminent disaster or death. What is phobia? Simple phobias, this might involve disappropriation, fear of specific objects, scenario, or animals. A fear of spiders is a common example. Social phobia, sometimes known as social phobia, can also be known as social anxiety. There is a fear of being subjected to the judgment of others. People with social phobia are the people who are hesitant to socialize. Agoraphobia is the term refers to a fear of situation in which getting away may be difficult, such as being in an elevator or a moving train. What is obsessive compulsive disorder? People with OCD have obsession and compulsion. In other words, they experience constant stressful thoughts and a powerful urge to perform repetitive acts such as hand washing. Post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD can occur after a person experience or witness a deep, stressful or traumatic event. During this type of event, the person thinks that their life or other people's lives are in danger. They may feel afraid or that they have no control over what is happening. Mood disorders. People may also refer to mood disorders as affective disorders or depressive disorders. People with these conditions have significant changes in mood, generally involving either mania, which is a period of high energy and elation, or depression. Major depression. What is major depression? And in an individual with major depression experience with their previously enjoyed experiences, they may feel prolonged periods of sadness or extreme sadness. Bipolar disorder A person with bipolar disorder experience unusual changes in their mood, energy levels, level of activity, and ability to continue their daily life. Periods of high mood are known as manic phases bring on low mood. Bipolar disorder and seasonal disorder. Seasonal affective disorder reduces daylight triggers during the fall, winter, and early spring months triggers this type of depression. It is most common in countries far from the equator. Schizophrenia disorder. Mental health authorities are still trying to determine whether schizophrenia is a single disorder or a group of related illness. It's highly complex condition. Signs of schizophrenia typically develop between the ages between 60 to 30 years. According to National Mental Health, the individual will have thoughts that appear fragmented, and they may also find it hard to process information. Schizophrenia has negative and positive symptoms. Positive symptoms include delusions, thought disorders, and hallucinations. Negative disorders include withdrawal symptom, lack of motivation, flat or inappropriate mood. What are the early signs of schizophrenia? Withdrawing from friends, families, and colleagues, avoiding activities that would normally enjoy, sleeping too much or too little, eating too much or too little, feeling hopelessness, having constantly low energy. What are the early signs of schizophrenia? Having consistently low energy, using mood altering substance, include alcohol or nicotine more frequently, displacing negative emotion, being confused, being unable to complete daily tasks such as getting into work or cooking a meal. What are the early signs of mental health? Having persistent thoughts or memories that reappear regularly, thinking or causing physical harm to themselves or others, hearing voices, frequent voices through years, experience delusions. Method of recovery of mental health. Psychotherapy takes a psychological approach to treating mental illness. Cognitive behavior therapy, exposure therapy, dialectical behavior therapy are example of psychiatrists, sociologists, and psychotherapists are some primary. It is a multidisciplinary team which takes care of this treatment. What are the medications done? Some people take prescribed medications such as antidepressants, antipsychotic, and anxiolytic drugs. Although this cannot cure mental disorders, some medication can improve symptoms, help resume social interaction and a normal routine while they work on their mental health. The last slide is how to get self-help if you have mental illness. A person coping with mental health difficulties will usually need to make changes to the lifestyle to facilitate wellness. Such changes might include reducing alcohol intake, sleeping more, and eating a balanced, nutritious diet. People may need to take away time away from work or resolve issues with personal relationship that may be causing damage to their mental health. People with conditions such as anxiety or depressive disorder may benefit from relaxation techniques, which include deep breathing, medications, and mindfulness. Thank you very much, sir.
Ma'am, very good presentation, ma'am. Mary, ma'am.
Thank you very much, madam.
Ma'am, that schizophrenia, as you said, it is a combination of delusion and hallucination. Am I correct, ma'am?
It is a combination of all the mental disorder. Actually, there is no cure of cure for schizophrenia. You can just reduce the level of schizophrenia. You can bring it to a lower level. higher level, because when we did training in NIMANS Bangalore, actually I'm from Bangalore. When I did my internship in NIMANS, they told me they cannot remove one schizophrenia, that it cannot be till death you will have schizophrenia, but you can reduce the reduce the disease, that content means it can lower your illness but not fully cured, but you should take medications perfectly as prescribed by psychiatrist.
Ma'am, is it split personality is different from schizophrenia, or due to schizophrenia they are having split personality?
No, split personality is different, schizophrenia is different.
What is split personality?
Split personality is mainly people get split personality seeing like movies or some so you see someone on the television, or you act like that, and one is your character and one is that other character, and you start practicing that, and hence that leads to a split personality.
Okay, okay. That is then when they are practicing it by visualizing things which is existing in the society, it becomes permanent to them. Am I correct, Mary ma'am?
Yeah, it's correct. And this can be cured by this one medication, but it cannot be fully gone, because they practiced it many times, seeing movies. Many people they practice like their heroes only, like Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, like that. They practice, and the original character slowly goes away, and they're only into that character, because we saw in St. John's Medical College, we saw a split personality character. He is a Tamilian. He used to speak like Shivaji Ganeshan. I am Shivaji Ganeshan. I am like this film he acted like this, and his name was Shekhar, but he never portrayed that. He always, anyone asks what's your name, he tell like I'm Shivaji Ganeshan. Like that is only split
Ma'am, just for timing, I'm not asking. For lifelong, are they adopting
once any psychiatric illness come, no, we can reduce the illness, but it cannot be fully cured. That is only the psychiatric illness is that. Medical can
So
be
it becomes permanent, and they're acting like other person only. They're not showing the real character.
They are practiced. No, sometimes the real character will come, but most of the time they are in that the character of the film.
But it danger to their original character, no? It becomes danger, no?
Yeah,
in many
danger.
occasions.
But if they identify, no, they identify in the middle only. They take first. They take correctly. They come to some big institute like NIMANS and all. They get it treated, but it cannot be fully gone. 100% cure is not there in psychiatric illness.
This bipolar also, you said, no? This bipolar and all, manic disorder and all comes under major mental disorder, minor mental disorder, ma'am. Minor mental disorder
is a minor mental. Actually, this depression to extent level is only bipolar disorder.
Okay, okay. Ma'am, very good presentation, ma'am.
Actually,
nice to meet you.
When main thing is, when you have a worry, at least if you can't tell your family members are not cooperating with, at least one friend will be there or somebody else. You should, when you have a problem, you should speak it out. If you keep it inside, you know, that only will aggravate your anger and this one. You at least, if nobody is there in the house also, you should go and tell to somebody, your known friend, or somebody will have one, you will have one known friend also, you should go and vent it out. If you, the more you ventilate your sadness, no, the more healthy you are.
Ma'am, okay. Ma'am, suppose the case is, sometimes we're not speaking it orally. By heart, we can speak to the gods, no? Like we go to the temple, church, or mosque, wherever it is.
But that,
where we can ventilate, no,
that
not
will
that
give
it
you
has to come orally.
No, that will give you temporary relief. But if you have, if nothing like talking to a person, You no need to go to psychiatrist in Nimans, but you can speak to your friend na. If you're so scared to go to hospital, no one likes to go to hospital unnecessarily. But you can speak to your own friend. If your family members are not understanding, also you can speak it out to a friend. The more you ventilate your problems, the better you are. You should not keep any one small problem. Also, you should ask for solution. Always somebody is there to help. In the world, not everyone are
Okay,
bad.
ma'am.
So anyone can
Yes,
help.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Very
Okay,
good presentation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Actually, schizophrenia is these
It's
kind
a
of
major mental illness.
yeah. So mostly the severe cases are either hospitalized or
Or
even they
they
are
are kept
kept in
in,
captivity, something like that.
No,
So,
sir, they are kept in close wards in Nimans.
yeah, that's what because their behavior is completely unpredictable.
Yeah,
So they
predictable.
can harm themselves or harm someone else also. But
Sometimes
again,
they'll run away from the room also, sir. They've gone out of the hospital in St. John's only when we had taken training in St. John's in 2006. March, my 4th semester, I did in St. John's Medical College only. That person went off to out of the gate only. I don't know, negligence of the watchman or what, I don't know. Went out, then somehow we identified somebody went behind him when they're running only, somebody saw and they caught it. But Nimans is not like that. They never let these patients go out. This is the close ward, no one can see, only that we'll know this is close ward, it will be written in board, sir. Nimans is not easy to run away. Once you diagnose schizophrenia, they won't allow you or inside this unless you have good family support. They'll tell to be at home. Otherwise, you don't have any family support, they should be in the close ward in Nimans.
yeah, many of the psychiatric illness are similar ways. So the only thing is we need to have as Mary ma'am said rightly, whenever there is a problem, you need to escalate it. Otherwise, you need to find someone with whom you can talk. At least if you don't find someone, sit before mirror and talk to it yourself. So that you can express out and you can vent out your emotions. That's why we like every weekend also, because nowadays the most burning problem is the emotions, expression of emotions, reciprocation of emotions. Most of the people nowadays, most of the population, for that fact, is suffering from this issue. We are not able to properly express our emotions. That's why they are deeply buried in our and that is leading to a lot of psychosomatic disorders. And not only that, it is causing a lot of physical ailments also, diseases, and that is lifestyle diseases.
And one more thing, sir, nowadays so much marriages are breaking. So whether it's arranged or whether it's love marriage, and people in Nimans come more depression, or they come with lot of psychiatry because of the married problem.
Yeah, that's
And
what now when we are not able to express our emotions even between couples, married couples, in between the families also, these problems are there now. Now more focus is on emotional intelligence. So rather than IQ, okay, that is important, but even IQ without EQ, it is like a stone in a a mad person. So it is
actually,
more.
Actually, one professor in St. John's Medical College, his name is Dr. Galgali, sir, but he's a senior professor. He's done a lot of higher studies in US and all. What he tells, no, when a problem is there for you, at least you share to somebody.
Yeah.
Share first point is sharing somebody, half the sadness will go for you. You're not sharing, you're keeping it and you're thinking, mind also gets spoiled, heart also gets spoiled. At least you'll have one friend or at least one neighbor, or at least you can speak it out. That the Galgali sir tells like that only. You tell to anybody, not even your neighbor, at least you tell if you don't have good family members. That sir tells us.
Yeah, that is very important. But at that time, there is also situation. Most of the time, they are not able to trust anyone. We have seen certain cases where they are not able to trust anyone. So in that cases, they keep on prolonging it. So what we also suggest is, at least you can't even talk to yourself. You write on some paper and just you tear it off into pieces, or maybe you can just sink it into water, flush it into the drain, so that you will just vent out your emotions and feelings, so you can overcome that. So you need to find different ways, and yes, helping, talking to someone else will provide a very good option, so that they can also suggest you. But nowadays, the problem is people also are not so open to discussions. Sometimes they keep judging you, or abusing you, or taking advantage of the situation. This is also seen with some people. So in that case, then definitely you can reach counselor, any professional, social worker, or a health professional. That's why this, especially, these counselors, social workers, or psychologists are of great help when you don't have anyone to access in your friend circle or family circle. And we need to, I have seen many cases, I mean, many people who are like, we need to have a category of friends. We can ask ourselves, what is this category of friends? There are friends for several reasons. I mean, several seasons also, for that matter. We have different friends for different purposes also. Yeah, a friend is a friend, no matter what. But what happens is, we have some business friends, we have family friends, we have professional friends, and from among them, we will find someone who can be really non-judgmental, or non, where you can speak it openly, and even we find more comfortable. So, especially what I suggest is, with them, you have to be very careful. I mean, do not do not involve into so many other things. Many times I have seen people also come to me and express that he's or she is a very good friend of mine, but unnecessarily I got this issue in between of us, and a very good friendship got spoiled. These things happen. We need to set boundaries of ourselves, what need to be discussed, and what not to be discussed. And when we need to have certain category of friends, I mean, especially that will really help out in these situations. We try to see that I mean, it's quite normal. We try to exploit everyone in a similar fashion, or if not in a negative word, we try to use the best use of persons, but that again can have a detrimental effect in long run. So whenever you find such a wonderful person who is open-hearted, or non-judgmental, you always keep such person for a conversation, for such very confidential conversations. So this had really helped a lot to many of the clients. So we all need to have such person. You need not discuss any other matters, but whenever you feel like, no, there will be some persons who are, I mean, they might be very less, but whenever you come across such person, then you need, I mean, that is the best person you can reach out. So we need to have such friends also in life. That is one. the observation from my practice. Yeah, Ravichandran ji.
Hello, Mary Florence.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It's quite interesting where you are no the input you have read out and you are giving a lot of explanation. It's a really as a profession, I thought you are only a master's background, but I think you are giving large input about your hospital experience, etc. I have come across, your knowledge is phenomenal, and all areas of interest you are showing your interest. One, two is my straight question to you. I think you are the best person to analyze. See, we have two faces of coins as a profession, as a homemaker. We all are a homemaker, not alone the ladies also a homemaker, but also the male also a homemaker of today. And I do myself cooking at home minimum 5 days a month, minimum. So likewise, if we go, we have a professional practice, maintaining our balancing of mind, controlling our sense of involvement, controlling the anger, dejection, rejection, all kind. When we reach home, we behave like a lion cave, and we behave like the way we feel it, and everybody behaves like their own identity. When they go to social life, they manipulate, or we are not responsible over there for anything happen. But at home, we all carry as a father, as a mother, as a mother. We have a lot of titles on us. Son for our parents, father for our children. I'm asking you a question. How will you cope up with the children the way we were doing in a professional manner at our professional place, maintaining at home place? What do you want to teach me? How do you
Actually,
teach
no,
me?
sir. What is when we did child counseling and parents counseling training, we did in NIMANS in our internship, part of our internship, what we did is first you should take time from your work and listen to children, whether they speak foolishness or just one chocolate matter or just one friend matter. My friend did this. You should have patience to listen what this 4 years girl is telling, what simple things only she's telling, what big thing, or she won't have problems. You should not think like that. You should listen to parents. Nowadays they don't take time for listening to spending time with children, sir. That is the main thing, that children are getting depressed. In this corona time, more children got depressed because parents did not give that time. They went to work. Now work and money, work and money, work and money. That only is come priority. Children are the second part. If you sit and talk to your child for 5 minutes, he will tell what happened in school from morning to evening. But that 10 minutes also people are not giving to their child. Because my own friend child is in 9th standard, and he was a very talkative. But the moment my friend she was there when her child was the 3rd standard, 4th standard. Afterwards, she taught her son can manage, and she went off to work in HR company. She goes 8 o'clock, she comes 8 o'clock, and she's calling me right 10 o'clock in the night. She's calling me, Florence, what to do? People are telling me, school teachers telling me, take him to NIMANS because he's very silent, he's not spoken, he's not telling properly, he's not interacting properly. I told you, don't take to NIMANS. First you try as a mother for your child. If serious problem is there, means you call me, I will come and take you to NIMANS, I said to her. Then she started spending more time with the child, and the child started speaking, and suddenly she saw a lot of smile. Nowadays parents don't spend time with children, sir. That is the main thing. My mother and all, when I went to school, she used to ask me what happened in school, what you read, what homework. She used to sit hours together with my homework. Exam time, she should sit with me. For college, she has sat for, even for PG, she has come and left me in my post-graduation in NIMANS. But nowadays parents know they send off in a van, pack the lunch and send, and after they come back, they will also come 8 o'clock, child also 4 o'clock. She will be writing. They want us what happened in school, how you ate, what teacher told. Like that, if they spend more time with children, then you'll know, sir, what problem child is going through. Child also wants to tell you something, but you're not giving your time now. That is the main thing. Now time has become money.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, that way.
Because people nowadays know, if you ask
Because
anyone,
the professional at home, professional at office differs most of the cases. So how they need to really balance is the biggest task
no,
of
sir,
today.
what you know, what we have done, no, you should leave off office work. If you're going to 10 to 5 office, you should leave off office. After you come back home, you should not concentrate. You should think only my wife, my children, that is only should be your world. Office means office, office chapter close 5 o'clock. But what people tell, they pick up calls, they'll speak hours together with friends. But the child will be waiting when I will tell my mother, when I will tell my father won't come, my mother won't come. So what the child will tell, he will go with the same problem next day to school. That will interact with his studies also, and he will answer wrong in the class. Then that teacher will tell it's a psychological problem. Actually, that is not psychology. If you have talked it, it wouldn't have turned into psychology problem. That school teacher told my friend's son to take him to Nimans. That girl, no, before going to Nimans, she told Florence, you worked in Nimans. No, please tell me, should I really take him to Nimans? This my friend son is facing problem. She told me. I told you, talk to him a lot. You spend time. Don't give importance so much for work. You give. Now he's in the 9th standard. Next year he has to go to 10th standard. Spend more time. Then only you know what he'll do in college, what he wants to take. You're not spending time, I told to that girl.
The problem is we are trying to spend more time with children, but the children are more spending their time in front of television, WhatsApp, internet protocol of 4-5 games are there. You pull up the TV, she'll go to the WhatsApp. If you pull up the mobile phone,
not that time, sir. When not that time, I'm not telling
the life of situation of today. Every child is easily accessing the internet and easily accessing the any portal compared to the age of 30, 40 age of today. They are very fast in downloading everything here and there, quickly moving around on fingers.
No, I'm not telling speak every day, but when the child has problem, no, that time only my friends and all, when the child is coming, I've seen my friends' houses and all, when the child wants to, that time only my friend will take, wait, yeah, I have to send one important mail to office, wait, yeah, that time only I would, then what the child thinks, mommy is not ready to listen. She will carry that problem, it will go next day to school. That behavior will come in school, sir. Then that teacher, you go and see psychologist, you go and see counselor, but that problem, it will be very small only. Not that psychologist should touch that problem.
Yeah, most of the counseling issues, most of the parents come with the child for their problems are not the problems of child, as Mary has rightly pointed out. It's the problem with the parents. So we finally end up counseling the parents rather than the child, after taking the case history. So this is what happens, as parents. See, in the very first place, we have to see why children, when we are available freely at home, then why children are hooking up to gadgets or something, why they are not interested to interact with us. In the very place that itself we have to answer, that we have never cared for them, or it's not like caring, don't take it other way. I mean, we have never sit with them or sat with them and have made a proper schedule with them. So they think you are sitting for your own purpose, and anyway you are not interested to interact. And even if we are interacting, communicating also, we are either expressing authority or we are very judgmental. when they say something, we react rather than respond. So that reaction limits their communication, and they restrict themselves what they communicate. So this will also create barriers in the communication, and they are not completely expressive. Like we should be a friend. I mean, depending on the age, now we have a popular saying also. Based on the age, we need to be in an appropriate position with the children. You cannot be the same person. I mean, at the same because children also are growing and they are also learning. They also need independence. They are also the struggle for independence or identity starts with their adolescence. So even we need to respect their boundaries. We need to respect their freedom. At the same time, we need to make them aware of the issues and challenges they might face. So that will help them, because they're at that age, their risk-taking behaviors are also very high, because they are very energetic and they would like to explore everything, whatever they want. And this media is also promoting so much high risk-taking behaviors and this junk food and all whatnot. So that has a greater impact on the children. And nowadays we see a lot of parents there to keep them, to keep children preoccupied. Even I am seeing in the infants also, 6 months baby also, they are giving mobiles, and because they are crying or they are seeking the engagement of mother or father. So they think that these children are disturbing us. So they give mobile, or they put tab, or they switch on cartoon, and they keep the children engaged. So that is where we are doing we are going ourselves, in a different manner, and that will continue. And later on, we will only come back and say that they are not listening to us, they are addicted to gadgets. Then who are the ones who gave gadgets? And did we keep that time? This is the only time we need to watch. And we are always engaged with these gadgets, and the same behavior will come. So, okay, my mother or father is always hooked up with the mobile or laptop. So that is also what I need to do.
Your mobile.
So yeah, Chitravel.
Not there.
Okay. So this is what happens as a parent. Now the generations have also changed. There is a lot of generation gap that is happening. So we need to be more social to them. At the same time, we need to make them understand their responsibilities also. See, nowadays, the present generation understands everything. Only thing is we need to convey them in an appropriate manner. And nowadays, children are also more, self-centered because of our behaviors around surroundings. So we need to really be very careful, especially whatever we are doing before children. And earlier, what kind of language we were using? We were talking even to the children also. We were talking in a plural language. We were using plural words. But now all singular words we are using. And how do you expect that child to talk to elders in a plural way? He will also talk like rara, pora. Then you expect then they will feel offended, even the elders, So this is all we have to teach them a proper way. We need to set boundaries. It doesn't mean you have to be a very authoritarian or a libertarian, but you need to know where you need to put boundaries, where you need to give freedom. Make yourself comfortable, and make your child also comfortable. You can set time. That is also part of your life. In fact, that is your life. This job, profession, that is always there. but this child, you need to set some time, at least half an hour, or if you are so busy, at least put 10 minutes. Make a timetable and you both sit together and come to an mutual agreement that this is our time. And in that time, make sure that in between you and your child, nothing comes in, and you spend your time in a non-judgmental manner. You listen to him, whatever the child says, without any barriers. You don't express anything unusual. You, whatever, even the most worst thing you hear also, you be calm, cool. Then they will be expressing everything without hiding anything. Then you can tackle the situation. You can guide them. You can help them to escalate, so that child will know, and child will get the guidance. See, certain things child, they doesn't know what to say, what doesn't, what should not say, but they say everything. They communicate everything, and we keep judging, and we express different kind of emotions or facial or body language expressions, like threatening or like something guilty. So what they are very clever in sensing. So they sense and they stop communicating. So that should not happen, because child knows many things than we do, and a lot of thing is happening in the child environment. So we need to be very careful. We need to provide an environment, a space where they can express them freely. So that is very important. That parenting is not an easy task. We need to balance. Work-life balance is different, but this parenting is a very it's a responsibility. It's not to be given away. And if it is given away, then a lot of issues, challenges has to be faced by the parents. So we have to make note that in our timetable or in our schedule, a particular time, at least 5 minutes, that is the worst thing we are doing. You need to dedicate at least 1 hour, but at least you give 5 minutes and make sure you are sitting with your children. So that will make a significant difference. You just try it and see, and don't do it one day and you say that it doesn't work. No, because we don't know exactly what is your home environment, or how the relationships has been, how the communication patterns are in the home. So it may take time, and you also need to be very non-judgmental and very welcoming way, so that the child can open up to you. That is very important.
Very welcome to all them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So anyone else have any queries or observations, comments? Feel free. We'll move on to our next session. Thank you, Mary, for your insightful session.
Thank you, sir, very much.
So next we have with us Virendra Kumarji, Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakur, Assistant Professor, Advocate, LLB, and also Assistant Professor in Computer Science and Engineering, Govit Vallabhpant, Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also an RTA resource person and diversified into various disciplines like management, computers, legal, and other related aspects and disciplines. Sir, you can unmute yourself and you can start
yes,
your video, and over to you for your session on sports laws in India.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I hope my audio is clear and
Yes, sir.
my video is also visible. I'm also sharing my screen.
Yes, slides are also visible.
Yes, sir. Today we shall see about sports law in India. Actually, we don't have much laws related to sports in India because I will give some history and some origin. We shall see why there is lack of much laws in this field, and then I will tell you some of the incidences when this need was felt. So, sports is an umbrella term to describe legal issues related to various sports in both amateur and professional sports, national as well as international. So, there are certain rules of the game, and we have terms like foul play, whether something is as per the rules of the game or not. So, we have this different types of say games. Some are based on chance, some are based on skill, some are based on chance and skills both. That is how broadly we classify them. Now, as far as the need of laws is concerned, so it gradually emerged. The history of sports extends as far back as the existence of people as purposive, sportive, and active beings. It also shows how society has changed its beliefs and therefore how changes in the rules are brought. The history of sports in India dates back to the Vedic era. Chess, wrestling, polo, archery, and hockey are some of the games believed to have originated in India. So they started from India, but somewhere between the historical lineage of sports and sports in the modern era, there is a gap of enthusiasm and encouragement. And that's how, say, sports were gradually discouraged in many cases. Little importance left for sports at grassroots level in India, with every school concentrating only on academics. We have some sayings like खेल पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब खेलोगे कूदोगे बनोगे खराब. Now these sayings focus on academics and say that sports or games are bad and there is lack of career. But just now Ravi Chandran spoke about various careers also that are available in this. So here we shall see the legal aspects of it. So there are various federations in India that provide sports facilities, but apart from cricket, India is largely failing in every major event for sports such as Olympics. Now, cricket is having, say, being preferred more as compared to sports, and we shall see the special position that cricket enjoys and why it is also harming the other sports. One of the main reasons for it is the lack of uniform regulation in India for sports. We don't have any dedicated law as such. There is a need for a legislation that governs sports and brings the various authorities into one room. So sports law has an unusually well-developed pattern of globalized regulation and overlaps substantially with labor law, contract law, because sports is also a contract, criminal law, if there is some foul play and some crimes are there, even IPC mentions about some sports, public law, administrative law, antitrust law, competition law, because it is also related to say monopolies and competition, intellectual property rights law, law of torts, media law, company law, human rights law. So it may overlap into these other fields also. So these laws have been applied to sporting context involving public order, drugs, that is doping cases, safety, disciplinary measures, conduct, and wider issues relating to restraint of trade, anti-competitive behavior, match fixing, and the commercial exploitation of sports. We know about match fixing. Earlier, the existence of that was denied, and with the Hansi Cronje scandal that emerged in 2000, even the CBI in its report, actually CBI reports are not made public generally, but in that case, the CBI took advice from the retired judge of Supreme Court and they found that the offenses of match fixing cannot be prosecuted under IPC. It cannot be prosecuted under Public Gambling Act 1867. And the rules or the say BCCI rules at that time were not adequate. And there was no say provision for banning for match fixing. So the existence of match fixing was proved and they contacted many bettors and others also. I'll tell you later about the mathematics or statistics of that, how the match fixing is done. But the prosecution could not be done because there was lack of say rules or regulations related to say match fixing, and therefore the report was finally made public so that there is awareness among people and some rules would be made. And the commercial exploitation of sports, like the broadcasting rights, etc. So issues like defamation and privacy rights are also an integral aspect of sports law. So in India, sports figures in the state list of the 7th schedule, entry 33 of the Constitution. It means the central government does not have any powers to create, say, laws for the entire nation, unless, of course, say, some state governments request it specifically, and even then, it would be applicable only to those requesting states or the states who adopt it. So that is the history. Now let us see firstly how organization is done. So in the field of sports, the club is the basic unit at the grassroots level. At the top of the hierarchy are the international sports bodies for each sport, made up of national bodies of different countries. At international level, even the implementation of law is very difficult, as we shall see. It happens in the case of sports also, because different countries have different sports law. The national sports bodies again consist of the provincial or state bodies of different countries. And the provincial state bodies comprise the different districts or clubs. So that is how the organization is done at international, national, and state level. Now in India, national sports bodies field the national team representing the country for participation in international competitions, where good performance is a matter of pride for the entire nation. And they consider the players for participation and selection. There are also various methods of selection. That is, in some cases, there could be seeded players. Seeded means they don't have to play at the, say, all the levels, and directly they can, like in case of, say, chess, table tennis, who have got where they are given higher seeding, that means directly they can participate or play with the winners without going into all the, say, levels of say, players from level 1 or the bottommost level. So they are the seeded players. These bodies also award telecasting and broadcasting rights to the successful bidder for hefty sums, and also revenues from advertisers in sports events. That is the economic model, how the money is earned from these sports events. We shall look about gambling also. That they also take disciplinary action against the erring players, including debarring them from the games. Because now some laws, some rules have been made, like debarring them. Accordingly, in the event, in the most countries, including India, for enforcement of their public duties and obligations, prerogative constitutional writs of high courts lie against these private bodies like any public or government authority. So we have one such landmark case, that is Indian Olympic Association versus Viresh Malik and others, where the writ jurisdiction was exercised. Now we shall see about, have some look at the legislation. So there is no national or state legislation for regulation of sports in India. The Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports was set up by the Government of India to create the infrastructure and promote capacity building for broad-basing sports, as well as for achieving excellence in various competitive events at the national and international level. Because there have to be some rules, there have to be some regulations, there are also some regulatory bodies that are there. Sports promotion is primarily the responsibility of the various national sports federations, that is NSFs, which are autonomous in nature. The Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs issues notifications and guidelines from time to time for the purpose of regulation of NSFs. Now, the sports law in India is governed and regulated by National Sports Policy. This is an important document. The Sports Law and Welfare Association of India, the Sports Authority of India, that is SAI, and the Sports Broadcasting Law in India. So these are some of the, say, legislation. First, we shall have a look at our policy. There are, of course, no acts of parliament, but there is sports policy. So a resolution on the national sports policy was laid in both houses of parliament in August 1984, and the national sports policy in 1984 was formulated with the objective of raising the standard of sports in the country, particularly in, say, Olympics or other, say, international events, as well as encouraging it from the grassroots level, that is from school level itself, and properly funding, etc. The National Sports Policy 1984 provided inter alia, there is amongst others, is a Latin word. So it provided amongst others that the progress made in its implementation would be reviewed every 5 years to determine the further course of action as may be necessary following such review. And over the years, it has transpired that even as the National Sports Policy 1984 encompasses various facets in respect of encouraging sports in the country, the implementation of the same is not complete. So in order to reformulate the National Sports Policy 1984, the National Sports Policy of 2001 was drafted. The objective of the guidelines of National Sports Policy 2001 is threefold. Let us see what are the three objectives. The first is to define the areas of responsibility of the various agencies involved in the promotion and development of sports, because that is where the law touches the sports. Secondly, to identify national sports federations eligible for coverage under these guidelines, to set priorities, and to detail the procedures to be followed by the federation to avail of government sponsorship and assistance, because the funding also needs to be done. And thirdly, to state the conditions for eligibility which the government will insist upon while releasing grants to sports federations, because how the grants will be released, so some qualifying criteria have to be met. So this was the third guideline, third objective. Now, in accordance with the provisions of the National Sports Policy 2001, the central government pursues the objectives of broad basing of sports. That means it should not be restricted to cricket, for example, and achieving excellence in sports at the national and international levels in a combined effort with the state government, the Olympic Association, and the National Sports Federation. The Government of India and the Sports Authority of India, in association with the Indian Olympic Association and the National Sports Federations, are expected to focus specific attention on the objective of achieving excellence at the national and international levels. The National Sports Policy aims to pursue inclusion of sports in the concurrent list of the Constitution of India and introduction of appropriate legislation for guiding all matters involving national and interstate jurisdiction. But still that has not been done, and sports remains the state in the state list, and the central government does not have any powers of legislation in this because it is not in the concurrent list. So Sports Law and Welfare Association of India, this is a national non-profit and professional organization which works with the common goal of understanding, advancement, and ethical practice of sports law in India for the promotion of sports by bringing legal practitioners and sports persons together, a type of interdisciplinary field. The association provides consultancy on various matters, including regulation of sports, governing bodies, general sports and law issues, intellectual property issues in sports, online advocating in legal disputes of sports in court on behalf of sports persons and sports bodies, etc. So we have this association that also works in this field, that is Sports Law and Welfare Association of India. The Sports Law and Welfare Association of India aims to further the discussion of legal problems affecting sports and to promote the exchange of a variety of perspectives and positions of sports law, and provide a forum for lawyers representing athletes, teams, leagues, conferences, civic recreational programs, educational institutions, and other organizations involved in professional, collegiate, Olympic, physical education, and amateur sports. We shall see in American law also about something about this. Now, Sports Authority of India, that is SAI. So the Sports Authority of India was established to fulfill the need of an apex body to coordinate various sports activities in India. So success of the 9th Asian Games in Delhi has raised sports consciousness and enthusiasm in India, which in turn, that was around 1982, it motivated the government of India to focus on sports development, to encourage physical fitness among youth, and to direct their energy towards excellence. The Sports Authority of India has gradually extended its operations to promote broad-based sports. That means instead of restricting just to cricket, many other games, as well as Asian Games, the sports that are played in Asian Games. The other thrust areas of SAI include provision of strengthening of inputs for excellence and various supportive programs such as academic programs, coaching, and physical education awareness programs, and scholarship schemes as incentives to sports persons to encourage the sports. The Sports Authority of India operates various schemes at sub-junior, junior, and senior level, and according to the age group, or we may say the class or the standards in different schools, and endeavors to broaden sports and develop excellence by upgrading the skills of Indian sports person. Now there is also broadcasting law because the money is involved. So the Sports Broadcasting Signals mandatory sharing with Prasar Bharati Act was passed in 2007 with an objective to provide access to the largest number of listeners and viewers on a free-to-air basis of sporting events of national importance to mandatory sharing of sports broadcasting signals with Prasar Bharati and for matters connected therewith or incidental there. So this is one act that was passed in 2006. We shall not go into details of this. The act provides that any content right owner or holder, television or radio broadcasting service provider shall not carry a live television broadcast on any cable or direct to home, that is DTH network, or radio commentary broadcast in India of sporting events of national importance unless it simultaneously shares the live broadcasting signal without its advertisements with the Prasar Bharati to enable them to retransmit the same on its terrestrial networks and direct to home networks in such manner and on such terms and conditions as may be specified. That means they have to compulsorily share it on the Prasar Bharati. That is, say, All India Radio, Doordarshan, DD Sports, etc. Now, it's also, this field is related to the competition law. So two teams playing against each other are like two corporate firms producing a single product. And the product is the game weighted by the revenue received from its play. So in one sense, the teams compete. In another, they combine in a single firm. In the success of each branch requires efficiency. So usually distributed playing talent can produce competitive imbalance. So there are some antitrust and competition laws also that are related to this. Now, remuneration of the team members largely depends on the level of competition between the teams in the particular sport. And sport is generally organized in a kind of pyramid structure with a single governing body controlling most regulatory and commercial aspects, that is the broadcasting rights of each sport. The governing body appears to be de facto dominant and therefore claims relating to the abuse of monopoly. Because, and that's why, in fact, the broadcasting rights Act was brought in India, because there was a risk that if they are not shared with Prasar Bharati, then the monopoly position could be exploited. So it should not result into abuse of monopoly. Now, sports governing bodies such as BCCI, that is Board for Control of Cricket in India, often attempt to reserve for themselves the sole ability to regulate the sport and to organize events, as far as cricketing events are concerned. In order to prevent the development of rival organizations, they have sought to the tie players in by prohibiting them from competing in other events on pain of exclusion from official events, and such rules have been the subject of challenge under competition law. That means if they are playing for BCCI, can the sports persons be banned from other events? Would not it amount to restriction of their rights? These are the legal questions that are involved. So when the G launched Indian Cricket League, the BCCI said Kapil Dev as chairman of the National Cricket Academy for aligning with ICL, that is Indian Cricket League. IPL was not there at the time, so it was Indian Cricket League, and barred all the 44 defecting players from playing for India or at the domestic level, because they were participating in that Indian Cricket League, so they would not be, say, eligible, say, for playing for India. So it made clear that any cricketer who aligns with ICL will be banned for life from playing for India. Such practice on part of the BCCI may attract liability under the provisions of the Competition Act 2000. Now in India, we also have Competition Commission of India, that is CCI, and that decides these violations of the Competition Act. Earlier, before that, we had Monopolistic and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, that is MRTP Act. So MRTP Act was repealed, and then came the Competition Act under which the CCI, that is Competition Commission of India, was established. So as per section 4(2)(c) of the Act, if any enterprise indulges in practice or practices resulting in denial of market access in any manner, then it shall be liable for abuse of dominant position. That means if there is monopoly, now ultimately customers are the sufferers. Here the customers are the viewers of the sports. So the such practice of banning players from domestic tournaments on account of joining the rival leagues may prove expensive for the BCCI, which may face a challenge on grounds of abuse of dominant position. So that was the legal position or the legal risk. So denial of stadiums by the BCCI, that means it won't allow the even the stadiums or the sports persons can attract liability for abuse of dominant position under section 4(2)(c) of the Competition Act 2002, as by denying the use of essential facility under its control, it raises the barriers to entry in the market for its competitors, resulting effectively in denial of market access. Because huge sums of money, crores of rupees, are involved. Operating from just one stadium in Panchkula, in Haryana near Chandigarh, The ICL clearly missed out on one of the integral aspects of league sport, that is a fan base, since it is unable to capture home crowds for matches on account of non-access to the stadiums in the club cities. Now, if they don't have access to the stadiums, so where will the sports leagues be held? So arbitration. Now there is another interesting area that comes under play, that is arbitration. That is the out-of-court settlement of sports-related disputes. So arbitration is a form of alternative disputes resolution (ADR). We have Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1940, which was repealed, and now we have Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. It's a legal technique for the resolution of disputes outside the courts, wherein the parties to a dispute refer it to one or more persons, that is the arbitrators, or arbiter tribunal, by which decision the award they agree to be formed. Procedurally, it is simpler, and in commercial disputes, it is preferred technique because it doesn't go by CPC or CRPC. The traditional courts go by the Code of Civil Procedure and the Code of Criminal Procedure, and that's why the proceedings are very slow, and therefore this say ADR or the say arbitration is not bound by the rules of say by the CPC or CRPC. So it's a settlement technique in which a third party reviews the case and imposes a decision that is legally binding for both sides. So Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 also prescribes how the arbitrator or conciliation will be appointed, etc. And there is also mediation technique. So other forms of ADR, that is alternative dispute resolution, is a full subject in LLB courses. It includes mediation, a form of settlement negotiation facilitated by neutral third party, and non-binding resolution by experts. So arbitration in India is governed by the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. There is Indian Arbitration Act, which is based on the UN Central Model Law. So it's an international agreement based on that this act is based. The Indian Arbitration Act is broadly divided into two parts. It is very a long act. Of course, again, we shall not go into details of it, but only a view of that. Part 1 applies to arbitrations held in India, whether domestic or international, and Part 2 applies to arbitration is held outside India, that is international arbitration. And if it is in India, then it includes both, that is domestic as well as international. Now, Part 2 incorporates the rules related to international arbitration governed by the New York or Geneva Convention. These are the international conventions to which India is also a signatory, and therefore it is bound by it. In sports, the disputes are first referred to the federations that govern a particular sport, and subsequently the international authorities that govern the sport. For example, in hockey, disputes are referred to the Indian Hockey Federation, and after that the International Hockey Federation. So that is generally the, we can say, international hierarchy. At a time when sports are becoming more professional and the stakes are becoming higher than ever, dispute resolution takes on an increasingly important role. In many respects, arbitration offers the most suitable solutions with regards to the rapidity, diversity, incontestability, and professionalism of the decisions rendered. Because of professional expertise, they could even take help of sports persons also as experts. With regular increase in the number of sports-related disputes in the country, India requires an independent authority that specializes in sports-related problems and that is authorized to pronounce binding decisions. So at present, we do not have any such commission or say authority, we can say, or tribunal or special court. The disputes, when referred to courts, take a long time to come up with the final decisions, since the Indian courts are already piled up with a number of pending cases. And of course, as we can understand, sports is not a priority for them. So there is a need to have an authority for sports that offers flexible, quick, and inexpensive method of resolution of disputes. So with the inauguration of India's first arbitration center in Delhi in 2009, India is recognizing the necessity of arbitration for quicker disposal of cases. And the increasing use of arbitration in sport over the last decade has challenged the legal framework in which arbitration disputes are addressed in many jurisdictions. Now we see about the Court of Arbitration for Sport, that is an international body. So arbitration exists in international sports, the Court of Arbitration for Sport. You can compare that with, say, United Nations ICJ, that is International Court of Justice, similar to that, but it is related much smaller than that. It is restricted to sports disputes only. So all international disputes relating to sports are referred to it by different countries. The most prominent sport dispute resolution forum is the Court of Arbitration for Sport. We can call it CAS. which has its headquarters in Lausanne, Switzerland. The case was created by the International Olympic Committee (IOC) in 1983. It also has two permanent outposts in Sydney, Australia, and New York, USA. It has a minimum of 150 arbitrators from 37 countries who are specialists in arbitration and sports law. So minimum 150 arbitrators are there. They are appointed by the International Council of Arbitration for Sports, that is ICAS, for a 4-year renewable term and need to sign a letter of independence. That means they will not be affiliated to a particular country as far as the dispute resolution is concerned. So normally the rule is, if there are two countries, then one arbitrator will be from one country, another will be from another country, and third would be from other than these two countries, so that the neutrality or impartiality is maintained. The CAS also has a permanent, generally it's an odd number. The CAS also has a permanent president who is also the president of ICAS, ex officio, that is by virtue of his office. The body was originally conceived by International Olympic Committee, that is IOC, President Juan Antonio Samaranch, to deal with disputes arising during the Olympics. And it was established as part of the IOC in 1984. However, in a case decided by the CAS, an appeal was made to the Federal Supreme Court of Switzerland challenging CAS impartiality. Now, all the appeals against CAS go to the Supreme Court of Switzerland because it is located in Switzerland. So it goes to Swiss courts. The Swiss court ruled that the CAS was a true court of arbitration, but drew attention to the numerous links which existed between the CAS and the IOC. That means CAS should become independent from IOC. That was the challenge. The biggest change resulting from this reform was the creation of an International Council of Arbitration for Sport. So then ICAS was established to look after the running and financing of the CAS, thereby taking the place of the IOC. So instead of IOC, ICAS was established. CAS is placed under the administrative and financial authority of the International Council of Arbitration for Sport, that is ICAS. Almost all international sports federations or associations which are part of the Olympic Games require sports disputes arising between themselves and sports persons to be decided by the CAS. Now, sporting federations whose sports are not part of the Olympics, because all sports are not played in Olympics, such as Formula One racing of cars, where the FIA, which is the governing body of motorsports, has its own dispute settlement tribunal. So that is separate from this ICAS. It doesn't come under purview of CAS or ICAS. Even some sports which are included in the Olympics have their own tribunals, like the football, where its governing body FIFA has its own tribunal. Now, for example, in 1993, a claim of bringing Formula One into disrepute was brought against the former FI champion Alain Prost and Williams Renault team. The matter was, however, satisfactorily resolved by the FIA, resulting in Prost escaping a possible ban from competing in the remaining FI races of that particular season. So there was one dispute that arisen in 93. A dispute may be submitted to the CAS only if there is an arbitration agreement between the parties which specifies recourse to the CAS. The language for the CAS is either French or English. So in principle, two types of disputes may be submitted to the CAS. That is of arbitration for sport. Firstly, those of commercial nature, and secondly, those of a disciplinary nature. So we shall see this one by one. The first category essentially involves disputes related to execution of contracts, also distribution of money, such as those relating to sponsorship, sale of television rights, staging of sports events, player transfers, and relation between players or coaches and clubs and their agents, employment contracts and agency contracts. Disputes relating to civil liability issues also come under this category. For example, an accident to an athlete during a sports competition. And these so-called commercial disputes are handled by the CAS, acting as a court of sole instance. That is, it has the primary jurisdiction. It only looks after these disputes. Second types are the disciplinary. That is where the rules of the game or some say foul play or other things are broken. So disciplinary cases represent the second group of disputes submitted to the CAS, of which a large number are doping related. That is, the drugs which are banned and where they are administered for improving temporarily the sports performance. Now these are done because of the competition, and that defeats the very purpose of it, because sports are supposed to improve the health and physique of people playing it, while here it results into the long-term adverse effects. So it defeats the very purpose of sports, and therefore these are taken seriously. So in addition to doping cases, the CAS is called upon to rule on various disciplinary cases. That is violence on the field of play, abuse of a referee. So disciplinary cases are generally dealt with in the first instance by the competent sports authorities and subsequently become the subject of an appeal to the CAS, which then acts as a court of last instance. That is the, we can say, appellate tribunal. So originally they go to their original competent sports authorities and then they come under appeal. The CAS is governed by its own statutes and rules of procedure, namely the statutes of the bodies working for the settlement of sports-related disputes, code of sports-related arbitration, and mediation rules. According to Articles H12, H20, R27, and R47 of the code, the appeals arbitration procedure is open for the appeal against every decision rendered by federation or club and not limited to disciplinary matters, especially doping cases. So it looks into both types, that is commercial as well as disciplinary matters. In addition, Article R57 empowers the CAS panels not only to annul a certain decision, that is to quash a decision, but also to replace a decision by decision of the arbitrators or to refer the case back to the issuing body. Moreover, for reconsideration, so it can revert the cases. Moreover, Article R58 authorizes the panel to apply the rule of law it deems most appropriate for the case. Because in international law, it is very difficult to enforce the law, and that's why some legal experts also call it as conflict of laws. For example, if some country does not obey the law, you cannot go to a war against that country. At the most, there could be some trade sanctions, some import-export sanctions, or even the sports. For example, we can take example of South Africa, where due to the policy of apartheid, that is Rangbhed, there was a ban for many years, and people, the other countries didn't play cricket with South Africa. And once that apartheid was eliminated, then South Africa came into international field in the sports also. So other countries can't go to law, and therefore enforcement becomes very go for war, and enforcement becomes very difficult in case of international law, and therefore it is also called as conflict of laws. Thus, the panels may deviate from the laws of the country in which the federation is domiciled and reach a decision on the basis of laws of another country or other rules of law, such as general principles of law. Now, there are something common. For example, Commonwealth, that is the country is ruled by British. So, if you consider history of past 400 or 500 years, these countries have similar laws. We call it British common law. In India also we have it. If we consider the history after Christianity, that is 2000 years, so they are based on Roman law. So most of the European countries or many other countries outside Europe also follow the Roman law because they have something common for past 2000 years. So even Roman law may be there. So general principles of law are based on such principles. The CAS acquires its jurisdiction in a particular case only through the mutual consent of the parties involved. Because if it's arbitration, of course, there has to be some agreement that so and so country or persons will be our arbitrator, and we shall abide by whatever decision that arbitrator gives. Currently, all Olympic international federations and many national Olympic committees have recognized the jurisdiction of the CAS and included in their statutes an arbitration clause referring disputes to it. So this authority has been recognized that in case of international, the matter will go to CAS. The CAS hears approximately 200 cases per year. That is generally the volume of court cases, we can say. While it was the international response to the rise in the use of performance-enhancing drugs, that is doping cases, and the resulting doping cases that fueled the creation of the CAS, the court is called upon to assist in a wide range of sport conflicts, including sponsorship disputes, the eligibility of a particular athlete in accordance with the sports constitution, as well as the resolution of disagreements concerning competition results. The determination of issues arising in doping cases remains a significant portion of the CAS caseload. So the doping cases is a major burden on these special sports courts. Now, CAS and mediation. So in addition to arbitration, CAS also offers mediation services to any requesting parties of a sports dispute. And unlike arbitration, the mediation process is not binding. That they can challenge the award before the court. So the mediator will provide recommendations, the solution suggested. It is only recommendatory, it is not binding. But these are not imposed as a result, as in the case of arbitration, while arbitral awards are mandatory. Mediations are designed to permit the adverse parties an opportunity to air their grievances in an atmosphere aimed at conciliation of the dispute. That is where there is some give and take, some bargaining, some let go by both the parties. Expertise in sports related disciplines, that is, there are more than 300 arbitrators from 87 countries qualified to hear case disputes, whereas a typical civil judge will not likely possess such sports specific knowledge. Now, we can't go to ordinary civil courts because they will not have this specialized knowledge, because even this is not a subject in LLB, sports law. Its arbitrators are all high level jurists, and it is generally held in high regard in the international sports community. That is, we can say it has de facto authority. Procedure is flexible and informal. That is not say bound by what we call here in India CPC or CRPC. So it is simpler process. Expeditious proceeding as cases are heard and determined within a few months from the date of reference. And during the Olympics awards are required to be made within 24 hours. So they are very quick disputes. Lower legal cost to the participants because there are no dates or tariq pe tariq like in India. Also provides mediation services. CAS is a private procedure and therefore it is conducted without the public or media interference. That means we can say the trials are held in camera. Say for example, like in rape cases, where only the concerned parties are allowed, other people or press are not allowed. Similarly, it is a private procedure and only the parties or their advocates are allowed, and other people or public or media are barred from attending it. There are restrictions on their attendance. The arbitrators and CAS staff are obligated not to disclose any information connected with the dispute. That means there is also privacy. Like in India, we have privacy of victims in case of rape cases. Similarly here, these disputes are private, and they also maintain the privacy. Now some important CAS rulings. One was in 2003, Canadian cross-country skier Vicky Scott successfully appealed to the CAS with respect to her claim that she be awarded the 2002 Olympic gold medal in the 5-kilometer pursuit event. So this was dispute related to who should be awarded the gold medal. Another Russian skiers Olga Danilova and Larisa Lezutina finished first and second respectively in the competition, with Scott in third place, and each athlete passed their post-event doping test. This was doping dispute. Danilova and Lezutina each failed a subsequent doping test administered in relation to another Olympic cross-country event, when the presence of a prohibited blood clotting agent, carbapenem, was detected in each skier's sample. So Scott appealed her 5-kilometer race result on the basis that both Russian skiers were engaged in ongoing doping practices. The Scott ruling was the first time in Olympic history that gold medal had been awarded to an athlete as a result of a CAS. So this was doping dispute. Another was in 2005. The CAS arbitration panel ruled that American sprinter Tim Montgomery be banned from international competition for 2 years as a result of doping, in spite of the fact that Montgomery had never failed a doping test. This was also again a doping dispute. The CAS ruled that it could find a doping violation on the basis of the third-party evidence called against Montgomery, most of which connected Montgomery to the Bay Area Laboratory Cooperative Palco acid steroid scandal that had arisen in the United States in 2003. That is a performance improving agent that was administered or alleged to be administered. In February 2010, 5-time Olympic speed skating champion Claudia Pechstein lost her appeal against a 2-year ban for blood doping. Again, this was also a doping dispute. CAS dismissed the German's appeal against a ban imposed by the International Skating Union. Now there are appeals. So as I told before, so setting aside proceeding against CAS arbitral awards may only be filed with the Swiss Supreme Court due to the seat of CAS tribunals being in Lausanne, because that is in located in Switzerland, and therefore only Swiss Supreme Court has the territorial jurisdiction against the CAS awards. Now we see the sports law in some countries, because we have seen in India the law is not there. So what is the situation in other countries? So there is no single federal legislation for regulation of sports in US, because it is United States and there is no federal legislation or the central legislation there. The sports law US can be roughly divided into amateur sports, professional sports, and international sports. So each state in US have separate legislation. The concept of amateur sports, we shall see this classification first, that is amateur, professional, and international. So concept of amateur sports includes athletic activities from high school athletics to extensively organized intercollegiate or international competition, which are often organized and managed by individual groups that establish rules for eligibility and competition. And courts are often unwilling to interfere with the actions of these groups as long as the rules are reasonably applied. The Amateur Sports Act of 1978, that is 36 USCA page number 391, created the Athletic Congress, a national governing body for amateur athletes, which administer a trust fund that allows amateur athletes to receive funds and sponsorship payments without losing their amateur status. So they are just hobbyists who are not doing it professionally. While professional sports are taking sports as a career, so these are different from amateur sports. So sports is their only career, or even we can say mode of living or livelihood. The most important relationship in the area of professional sports is that between the individual player and the team owner. This contractual relationship is governed by basic contract principles. That is, say in India, we have Indian contract 1872, for example. Most sports leagues now have a standard players contract, which serves as a model employment contract between players and owners. The model contract can be modified to accommodate the special needs and talents of individual players. And with the increase in salaries of professional sports, most players are now represented by agents. Now we come to second country, that is Australia. So in Australia, the Australian Sports Commission Act 1989 was enacted to establish Australian Sports Commission and for related purposes. The Australian Sports Commission, or ASC, is a statutory authority of the Australian government that is governed by a board of commissioners appointed by the Minister for Sport. It is responsible for distributing funds and providing strategic guidance for sporting activity in Australia. In India, we of course do not have any such commission. The ASC's roles and responsibilities are described in the Australian Sports Commission Act 1989. The ASC attempts to promote an effective national sports system that offers improved participation in quality sports by all Australians. The ASC works closely with a range of national sporting organizations, state and local governments, schools and community organizations to ensure sport is well run and accessible. ASC implements national sports policy, that is Australian policy, principally through three divisions: the Australian Institute of Sport. Similarly, we have say SAI, Sports Authority of India here, Community Sport, and Sport Performance and Development. Then there is also Australian Institute of Sport. So EIS, it is the best known division of the ASC. EIS offers more than 700 scholarships to talented junior and senior athletes across 35 programs in 26 different sports. The institute also offers athletes access to expert coaching, world-leading sports science and sports medicine services, state-of-the-art sports facilities, and opportunities for travel, work, and study. In India, these things are done by our SAI, that is Sports Authority of India. Then Australian Sports Foundation. So that is for the purpose of raising money for the development of sports in Australia. So there is Australian Sports Foundation that finances it. The Sports Performance and Development. So Sport Performance and Development Division supports the improvement of Australian sport from the grassroots to high performance level by providing national sporting organizations with access to advice and resources, including funding, policy development advice, and management models, education, emerging information technologies, and evaluation frameworks. These are services provided by this Sports Performance and Development Division. Then we come to third country, that is South Africa. So they have this South African Sports Commission Act 1998. It was enacted to provide for the establishment of the South African Sports Commission with regard to sports administration and development, as well as the enhancement of recreation, and provide for matters connected there. That is the preamble of their act. Now their activities. So it activities to advise the minister regarding sport and recreation matters, support talent identification and promote participation in sport and recreation at all levels, facilitate and ensure an adequate allocation of funds to national and provincial sports organizations, monitor and take measures to ensure the proper use of funds allocated by the Commission to sports organizations as well as recreational organizations in the Republic, foster cooperation in sport between South Africa and other countries, promote and in sport and recreation in rural areas, etc. Now, all these objectives are very good, these activities. In India, we should have similar such commission, but the problem is we can't do it without a constitutional amendment because sports is a state subject. It is not in concurrent list in India. So constitution needs to be amended if we desire to have such things like Central Commission. The National Sports and Recreation Act 1998 was enacted in South Africa to provide for the promotion and development of sport and recreation and the coordination of the relationship between Sports Commission, National and Recreation Federations and other agencies, to provide for dispute resolution mechanisms in sport and recreation, and to empower the ministry to make regulations, etc. Then we come to United Kingdom. So established by the Royal Charter in 1996, UK Sport, a government body, works in partnership with the home country sports councils and other agencies for the promotion of sports in the UK. UK includes Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Great Britain includes England, Scotland, Wales. So when we consider England, Scotland, Wales plus Northern Ireland, that is the United Kingdom, which is larger than the Great Britain. So there is no charter or legislation. So UK has 4 states. There is no charter or legislation for regulation of sports in India. Britishers also had many different acts for India. Among them, Public Gambling Act 1867 is one such important piece of legislation that is still valid in India. So that was enacted by the United Kingdom Parliament for India. UK Sport is responsible for managing and distributing public investment and is the statutory distributor of funds raised by the National Lottery. In India, lottery is a state subject. Mahatma Gandhi was against this principle of lottery. I will discuss about that when we discuss bidding. So it is accountable to Parliament through the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. UK Sport is funded and responsible to the Department for Culture, Media and Sport. The enormous network of sports clubs throughout the UK are administered through their own national governing bodies, NGPs of sport, and these NGPs form the focal point for their sport, providing the link between recreation and development, training and competition, as well as facility and policy development. Overall, the structure of sport in the UK, although complex, caters for the needs of sport at every level, from grassroots development and recreational sport through to the best sportsmen and women representing the UK on the world stage. Every country acts in its own national interest, and that's why they have this legislation. Now we come lastly to China. So in China, there is a national legislation on sports known as the Law of the People's Republic of China on Physical Culture and Sports, 1995, which aims at promotion and development of physical culture and sports in China. This act regulates sports right from the current school level by empowering the Department of Education and Administration of China. The act provides for implementation of the National Physical Training Qualification Standard for the students to take part in sports activities every day at school. Similarly, in Russia, they encourage chess since school stage itself, and that's why Russia has provided so many, say, grandmasters and international masters. The Act provides for a dispute resolution body by establishing sports arbitration institutions by the State Council, and this Act makes it mandatory on the state to include sports expenditure and funds for sports capital construction in financial budgets and plans for capital construction investment. Now, lastly, we come to the proposal and conclusion. So the Indian sports industry has progressed by leaps and bounds. Sports have assumed a corporate form with a number of commercial interests involved. And with increasing market maturity and the need for clear and comprehensive legal documentation, sports issues are slowly becoming a major focus, as contests must be able to clarify parties' expectations and commitments, must protect the assets and the brand's big picture interests, and must factor in regulatory, legal, and other risks inherent in the industry. The country has reached a stage where India needs a legislation that deals with sports law. India's failure in all the international sports events is an indication of poor infrastructure and corruption which exists within the federations. I'll discuss about betting also at the last of this presentation. And in order to meet the increasing demands of the changing scenario, national as well as international, it is important that a uniform code for sports be promoted. Like India, US and UK do not have national legislation to regulate sports and the sports federations in the country. However, the enactment of legislation in all the 3 categories of sports law, that is amateur, professional, and international athletes of US, gives protection to the interest of the sportsman. So US has legislation for all these 3 categories. The key issues faced by Indian sports include insufficient and inappropriate deployment of funds, mistakes in management, non-accountability for results, prejudicial selection procedures for national teams, and undemocratic or unethical electoral practices in sports bodies. That is, they are just like political parties where even the internal elections are not held properly or regularly or
ಇದು
transport
ನೋಡೋದು
to
ಕ್ರಮ
even the RTI Act
ಈ
does not
ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್
apply.
ಮಾಡ್ಸು
So these are some of the
ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್
problems. Thus, India needs a national legislation for promotion, development, and uniform regulation for sports in India. Sports figures in the state list of the 7th schedule entry 33 of the constitution. So there is a demand that, so there was a proposal to include sports in concurrent list for which both state as well as center will be competent to make laws. However, the government has failed to do so far. Further, the government has failed to implement national sports policy of India even after its repeated attempts. So we have the policy of 1994, which was revised in 2001, but the implementation leaves a lot to be desired. And the parliament must enact a national legislation of sports wherein firstly it shall provide for establishing a sports commission to regulation of sports in India. The sports commission shall, this should be the proposed objectives, advise the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs regarding sports, similar to say in South Africa, we can say, support talent identification and promote and foster development and participation in sports at all levels of foundation, participation, performance and excellence, ensure an adequate allocation of funds and resources to national and provincial sports federations and their affiliated bodies, monitor and take measures to ensure the proper use of funds allocated by the sports commission to sports federations, and must oversee the implementation of sports policies in India, etc. Secondly, the legislation of sports shall aim at promotion of sport right from the school level by integrating sports with education by making it a compulsory subject of learning up to secondary school level. An appropriate inter-school and inter-college or university competition structure shall be introduced at the national, state and district levels. And third, in addition to the union and state government, the sustained involvement of other agencies, including the Panchayati Raj institution, that is our third tier of government, local bodies, educational institutions, sports federations or associations in the creation, utilization and proper maintenance of the sports infrastructure like play fields and stadium, both in rural and urban areas. Here in India, we have some norms that are there, like for engineering college, AICTE has some norms for say higher education institutions, UGC has some norms that they look after play fields and say sports facilities also. So that is included. Fourthly, the sports federation and association shall no more be autonomous and shall register itself under this legislation instead of Societies Registration Act, and the allocation of funds to these federations shall be routed through the Sports Commission established under the Act. At present, we have Societies Registration Act of 1860, that is very old, 150-year-old legislation, 162-year-old legislation. So they are registered under Societies Registration Act. There is no separate registering body in India. These federations must be accountable to the Sports Commission in respect of funds. The Sports Commission shall have the power to carry out investigation in respect of any misappropriation of funds, because there is corruption also. Fifthly, the Sports Commission shall be empowered to carry out dispute resolution. That it should be a judicial body or quasi-judicial body also, or arbitral tribunal. It shall be empowered to constitute panels for adjudicating disputes and punish offenders for violation of code of conduct, offenders under national anti-doping rules, etc. Sixthly, the organization like Sports Authority of India shall be under the control of the Sports Commission and shall solely aim at coordinating various sports activities in India. So these are the references. And lastly, I will come to the economics and say mathematics of how match fixing is done. One of the very interesting questions. So what they do is, it's very simple mathematics. First, the CBI in 2000 in Hansi Fournier case in its report has stated that sports in India are not say played for improvement of physique or for entertainment, but rather they are used for money making and for gambling. That is, cricket is a gambling sport rather than say a game or sport based on skill. And how this gambling is done. So CBI has exposed this in its report because they had interviewed many sports say officers as well as cricket players and the gamblers and general public also. So the game is very simple. What they do is, say if you are an Indian, you believe that India should win because we are all patriots, and India must win because India can't lose because the betting is done on that basis. So for every 1 rupee, if India wins, then there will be, say, for example, 80 paisa that will be paid. And if India loses, then you will be paid, say, maybe 1 rupee 50 paisa. And the amount is in thousands. That is say bet by every person, every many citizens do it. Satta or gambling is done. Now there could be a reverse one because some people believe the otherwise. So they believe that India will lose, and there are very less chances because it is our country and our country should not lose. So therefore, if it loses, then for every 1 rupee we shall pay 5 rupees, and if it wins, then for every rupee we may get say 5 rupees. It could be betting like that. Similarly, now come to the other side of it, Pakistan. Now suppose it is India-Pakistani cricket match. Then Pakistan also cannot lose because Pakistanis are also patriots and they love their country. So the more patriotic they are, the more chances are there of losing because Pakistan is a great country and it cannot lose. So they would bet in favor of Pakistan. So if Pakistan wins, then it has to win because it can't lose. So for every 1 rupee, maybe they'll get some money, maybe say 5 rupees or 10 rupees because it must win. And if it loses, they are willing to pay some amount. Maybe say for every 1 rupee, they will pay 20 rupees because Pakistan can't lose. Now that is the belief or belief system of every citizen, be it of India or Pakistan. And they bet or collect the money from both sides. And normally this is done by the underworld. Now they just simply calculate the collection amount. For example, say from India, they get 1,000 crore rupees. From Pakistan, they get 500 crore rupees. Then the game is decided in advance. Since India has bet 1,000 crore rupees, which is larger than 500 crore rupees bet by Pakistani, therefore India must lose. And the fund of say 500 crores will be pocketed by the underworld. It could go on for funding drug trade. It goes on for funding terrorism. It goes on for funding many illegal and criminal activities also. This is written in CBI report of 2000. It is available publicly on internet. So you can download and read it, what they have written about cricket. So the match fixing, the existence was told, and they just collect the money from both countries. And then they bribe the sportsmen of those countries. Now winning is very difficult because for winning you have to play. While if you lose, you get more money. So do you want to win prize by winning, which is a very difficult task? So if you win, maybe you get just maybe 5 lakh rupees, which say your Bharat Ratna award. So Bharat Ratna gets only 5 lakh rupees. On the other hand, if you lose, maybe you get 2 to 3 crore rupees. So do you want Bharat Ratna of 5 lakh rupees or do you want to lose and win 2 to 3 crore rupees? Now that is the question before every sports person. It may sound very harsh question, but these are the practical considerations why betting succeeds. So many people compromise and instead of country, they prefer the money. Similarly, it happens in in Pakistan also. It happens in every country. It happened with Hansi Crony also. The charges were proved. He died ultimately in a plane accident in 2006, but he was banned for lifetime. In India also now the rules have been made that the person shall be banned for some years or maybe for the lifetime. Even Azharuddin faced some ban because of betting. So these charges were proved many times, and now the BCCI or the ICC rules have made this provision. So the betting or the statistics or mathematics of it is like that. I'll give another example. That is of lotteries. Lottery is a state subject. So what they do is they publish some papers called lottery tickets, and these papers are sold for some amount, maybe 10 rupees, 20 rupees. That is the lottery ticket. So they collect the entire money. Now there are certain prizes that is maybe 1 crore, say so many prizes of 5 lakh rupees, so many prizes of 10 lakh rupees. So they distribute the prizes. That is real. There is no cheating in that. But whatever money they collect, because every person wants to do that and they want to become rich without any hard work. And that's why Mahatma Gandhi was against this policy or say this lottery. So lottery is a system where people bet their money and then the prizes are selected by say random mechanism, and then the numbers, winning numbers are announced, and then the prizes are distributed. Let us see another example to explain the mathematics behind that. That is a Kaun Banega Crorepati. Now we all watch this KBC. Now what is the mathematics behind that? Or what are say your chances of becoming crorepati? So suppose let us take example, there are 15 questions. And these questions, mathematically, you have the probability of winning, that is 1 by 4. 1 by 4 is 0.25. So if you do it, say, for one question, then your chances of success are only 25%, that is 1 by 4. Now, if there are 15 such questions in a hierarchy or in a ladder, it's not like your multiple choice examination question, because there all the questions are independent. That is, if you get wrong answer in one question, you can still get correct answer in another question. That is what happens in MCQ test or examination. But in Kaun Banega Crorepati, KBC, it is a gradual ladder where you go on climbing, and if there is any wrong answer, then you don't get any money, because anything multiplied by 0 is 0. That is the mathematics. So 1 by 4 multiplied by 1 by 4 multiplied by 1 by 4, if you consider it 15 times, then that comes to 167 crore. That is 1 in 167 crore. That is the chance of more than even larger than the population of entire India. That is your chances of becoming crorepati mathematically. Now let us take the effect of lifeline. Now there are lifelines. So suppose the lifeline is 50-50. So your probability instead of 1 by 4 becomes 1 by 2. Let us take another lifeline. Ask the audience. Now if you ask the audience, maybe the audience is right. We believe that. So your probability instead of 1 by 4 becomes 1 in that question. Let us take the third lifeline. Ask the expert. We believe expert is generally right. So your probability becomes 1 by 4 by instead of 1 by 4, it becomes 1. And it could be, say, swap the question. Swap the question mathematically doesn't have any effect on your probability or odds of winning or losing. Why? Because the question is of the same difficulty level. Then another interesting question is how the difficulty levels are decided in Kaun Banega Crorepati. So what they do is, there are lakhs of people who want to become crorepati. So they ask you some questions on telephone. For that you have to utilize your phone. And when you use the phone, so that generates revenue from the telephone companies. It's an idea. So even Idea is a mobile telephone company. So they generate revenue from that. Secondly, they generate also the revenue from the advertisements, which you already know. That is the economic model. Why would anyone give away prices of worth crores of rupees? So that is because they get more revenue from advertisement as well as from the telephone lines. Now the mobile companies have laid these optical fiber lines, cables, and if people don't use it fully, then how they are going to recover money? So they also encourage this phone call making. So some people have got the willingness or will to do that, and they make phone calls and make lakhs of phone calls. So from that they get the revenue. Then through that they ask some survey question or the preliminary question. These questions are of course asked by the computer. Now they do the statistical analysis of those questions, that out of so many lakh people, these many people were able to answer that. So this should be put in difficulty level of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, etc. So that is how the questions are classified. They are graded into 15 different levels. So if somebody wants to change the question or swap the question, then the question of the same difficulty is asked. Then there is another mechanism. They also show you some video, that is a maybe background of the person, etc. Now any person is has some background relating to particular field. For example, if a person is master of economics or maybe history, maybe sports, maybe he is interested in Bollywood, then the questions are asked from different fields or maybe from the same field at the easier levels, because they also have to show that they have been acting fairly. And then the difficulty level or suddenly the field is changed. Now if a question is asked, some question from engineering, and person is not from engineering background, may not be able to answer that. So like that, the besides the level of difficulty, the field to which the person belongs or has the expertise and the field from which the question is asked, that is also a decision that is taken by the computer. And the time that the computer or the server takes while processing or doing that, so that time is we can say utilized by say Amitabh Bachchan or whosoever is the host. That is his acting skills. So he just keeps the people busy and the audience busy for whatever time the computer does on that processing, and that is how the game is played. So I'm not commenting whether it is right or wrong. I'm just explaining the mathematics or the economics or the statistics behind that, so that we understand how these things are done, because they are based on sound economic models, and that's why these things have become popular, and say people do it. Now, same doesn't apply for match fixing, because many people lost their interest because they knew that all matches are fixed or the fate is decided in advance. So, what is the use of say wasting our time behind that? So many people got discouraged, and it happened say after this 2000 scandal of Hansi Cronje came to light. So that's all I have to say. So if there are any questions, I would like to answer those questions related to this. Any questions? I will stop sharing.
It was a very insightful session, and also we have found out a gap that we are lacking these specific laws on sports, but we also have as a complementary lot of associations and their rules and guidelines, code of conduct, which is governing the sports and games. But maybe we can have similar laws which can promote like school education, college education. It should be made mandatory, because more and more nowadays we see that there is no PT class at all, even once in a week. If at all it is there in the schedule, but it is often taken by one or other teacher. So maybe that if that can be brought into practice through a law, I think that can foster games, sports and games, I think.
Yes, definitely. I remember when I was a child, so we had these physical training classes, but now there are no PT classes, and even in engineering colleges, and most of the cases, the events are restricted to just one annual 3-day event. So only for 3 days in an entire year, the sports events or tournaments are held, and even there are some indoor games and other sports are also there. But what CBI lamented in its report in 2000, that is really very true, that instead of improving the physique or instead of entertainment, people are more, running after money or betting or gambling. And that way, that's why they have used these harsh words that cricket is not a game or sport, but cricket is a mechanism of funding the underworld crimes, the drugs trade, and terrorism. That is the finding of CBI, one of our say, premier or say, topmost intelligence agencies. So this is really a gap in India, and this say there should be stricter laws also, as well as there is suggestion that this should be brought in concurrently, so that at national level also, because education is already in concurrent list. So sports should can also be similarly brought into concurrent list, like in education, because sports are also related to education. So generally there is Ministry of Youth or Ministry of Youth that also looks after the sports. So we should have this, even sports ministers are there in state as well as at national level. But it is combined with say youth or the say education generally. So similar type of legislation should be there. So I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra for giving me an opportunity to present this. I'm also thankful to Shri Holistic Health Foundation and Shri Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for providing me this platform to put across my thoughts related to this sports law today. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you all the participants.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji. As usual, you have made a wonderful, insightful presentation. So, hope everyone on this context of sports and games, and we are celebrating this yesterday, the day before yesterday, we had World Chess Day. So, in commemorating these sports and games events, we have taken the theme today as youth and sports and games, so specifically focusing on these themes. So you very well justified the theme. Thank you very much. And once again, we look forward for more sessions from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So participants, if you have any queries, feel free to share in chat box or raise your hand quickly. We will move on to, we have two more speakers, then we can quickly move on to the sessions. So next we have Sri Matt Perliston, CEO EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc. USA. He is teaching emotional intelligence and social emotional learning for more than 35 years in USA. It's almost 36th year, I think, and he's a very good friend of mine. Ours, he is very well, aligned with the sustainable development and promoting global peace and sustainable development goals. So we are happy to invite you, Matt, for your session, games and sports and sustainable development. Over to you, Matt.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Good.
perfect.
Good. Excellent. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me. I am very, I'm interested to be here. I enjoy emotional intelligence, and I love that. Dr. Ravindra, you are, we are, like you said, we're going in the same direction and trying to teach the world how to be more emotionally intelligent for the purpose of peace. We're doing this for peace. We're trying to create peace inside of ourselves, between us and around us, and someday we'll have big peace in the world but we do it through emotional intelligence, right? So I also like this subject very much because this is about sports, and I love watching sports. One of my favorite things, and I have learned so much from it. So it's been fun for me to put together this presentation, and also to consider all the cool things about watching sports and playing sports, watching and playing sports. I probably should differentiate those, but so I have a well, let me do it this way. I have a PowerPoint, which I will. Just a second, let me get it situated here. Got to get it started correctly. Sharing my screen. I hope this is doing it. Okay, tell me if you can see the first slide. Sports and games, emotional intelligence, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, Matt. It's visible.
Okay, good, great, okay. All right, so sports a big part of my life, like I said, playing and watching both. I think one of the, we'll get into it, I guess, but anyway, let me get started. Let me slow down a little bit. I get excited because this is a fun subject. I like talking to you guys. I like talking about EQ, and I like talking about sports. So this is, we're going to break this up a little bit. I did it in 4 different sections, how sports can improve our EQ, and then also how our EQ can improve sports. So do it both ways. And then want to introduce the concept of play. Apparently, and what I found out from some of the folks that I work with is that play is a very real thing, and there's a study of play, there is research on play, it has definitions, it has descriptions, there are books on play, and I didn't know any of that. I just, play is play, you play or you don't play, but it's a real thing. They're trying to introduce more play into schools, especially in the United States, on purpose, conscious play time. not just resource where you can play or not, but actually conscious play time. And so it had, because it seems to have very many benefits to it. So I'm going to talk about that and then sum it up with how we can work with our SDGs. As Dr. Vinja just mentioned, we want to create big peace in the world, and international sports can help in that department. It does help in that department, in my opinion, and it can help even more. So we'll talk about that. All right. So let's talk first about how sports can improve our EQ. Mostly it's about watching, or well, wait, what is EQ in the first place? So what is EQ? It is, the acronym doesn't work exactly, but hopefully you will get the point. Emotional intelligence is about our being able to be smart with our heart, being smart with our feelings, as well as our cognitive brain, are using our right brain as well as our left brain. We as a society, ours and yours, and most of them are left brain focused. We pay most attention to our left brain. We're interested in knowledge and information and how to get a job and lots of good stuff. For me, I was I'm disappointed with my education because I felt like at the end of it, after going all the way through high school and college, that I didn't know myself very well. I knew lots of stuff to get a job, but I didn't know me very well at all. And I was very disappointed about that. And so I've been kind of dedicating my life to figuring out how we can do education better, how we can teach kids, not only kids and adults and students as adults, how to deal with ourselves as well as all this good information that we have. We need both. We need to balance the two. We're pretty good on our IQ side, on our cognitive, intellectual education. We're pretty darn good in that area. We're not so good on the right side. We're kind of down here on the right side, and I'm suggesting that we increase it so we have some balance in our lives, EQ and IQ, heart and mind. Getting cognitive and emotional. We got to do both. It's good. Things have to, when we make good decisions, is based on that things make sense cognitively. That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. And it feels good and feels right. Both. So I've been teaching EQ for 30 something years. I think it's super important. I think it's a life changer and a world changer. Actually, we have a nonprofit that's trying to teach peace, emotional intelligence for the purpose of peace and inner peace and interpersonal peace and social peace. And so this is a very, very important subject to me. So let's talk about how sports can improve our EQ. This is about watching it, playing it, being around it. For me, this is kind of brainstorming. This isn't now a lot of I don't know. It's just kind of brainstorming these notes, and I'm actually interested if you guys have additions to this list. But these are some of the things that I've noticed that have been helpful to me to learn my EQ. One of the reasons I watch sports so much is I want to know how they do what they do. They push themselves to do what they do and be the best that they can be. How do they do that? Why do they do that? What works and what doesn't work? As you know, in like professional sports, which is mostly what I watch, money is no object. Kind of, it's just unbelievable how much money they spend on each other, on hiring people, on getting the incredible fitness and training that people go through. I shouldn't say guys, people go through. It's just, I don't know of any other place in the world, in life, that is so focused on self-improvement as in sports. And money is no object. So basically, how is the best of the best of the best? How do they do it? How do the most amazing coaches and the most amazing teams and the most amazing players, how do they do that? What do they do? So some of the things that I've learned are they have to motivate themselves, right? They have to be motivated, and that can come from outside where the coaches try to motivate them, and from the inside where it's intrinsic motivation, where you are finding inside of yourself and digging inside and going, no, this is really important to me, and I'm going to push myself to do that, and be the very, very best I can possibly be. And I love that attitude. I've learned a ton from that and try to take from it what I can. So I love watching the what happens inside of people to get them to do what they do, because it's very, very, very uncomfortable sometimes what they're doing. You're pushing yourself, exercise, stretching, that kind of stuff, pushing, practice, all that is really uncomfortable, but they're doing it to improve. And so I like that. I mean, one of our things is, one of my favorite sayings is, if we can be comfortable being uncomfortable, we can push ourselves to amazing limits, amazing success. And so what basically athletes have to do, that they have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Right? You got to eat right. You got to exercise. You got to practice. You got to lift. You got to stretch. All that stuff can be very uncomfortable. It sounds good that that's a sport thing, but it's uncomfortable while you're doing it. So how do you get yourself to do that? That's pretty cool to me. Teamwork's a big deal. How it's not just about me, it's about paying attention to other people, being aware of what's going on around me, being aware that I'm not the focus or the center of attention all the time. There's also, I was going to break this up into team sports versus individual sports, because they're very, very different. If you're a tennis player, for example, a singles tennis player, or golf, it's just about you pretty much. And so how do you handle that? And if you're on a team like football, soccer, baseball, basketball, etc., how do you handle that? It's not just about you. There's no possible way you can win by yourself. And that is more like life. It's more like life. You got to get along with people, and you got to learn how to get along with people, and listen to them sometimes, respect them sometimes, be aware of them, etc. So I love that about it. Another cool benefit. You got to care a little bit. Well, I guess you don't have to, but it helps. You got to care. You can learn about leadership through sports. There's going to be, how do we do this? If you're the coach, then that's clearly leading your team, but then there's the captain of the team, or even the players on the team sometimes need to lead, and that's a very important emotional intelligence skill. Having a growth mindset, which means that I'm open to new ideas, I'm open to improving, I'm open to suggestions, as opposed to a fixed mindset where you're like, I got this, I don't need anything or anybody, and I close my mind down and I think I'm amazing and I don't need anything. Well, that's not usually a sports attitude. Mostly you need to have a growth mindset, which means open mind and heart, and listen and learn and improve. And in fact, the next one is continuous improvement. In my day job, I'm a project manager, and one of the things we promote very strongly in our people is continuous improvement in our people and processes. So how do I be the best, and how do I do this the best that I can? Continuous improvement. I'm wanting to be better all the time. And that brings engagement in life. It brings excitement. It brings some interest. It brings, it's kind of the opposite of tension and stress and depression and stuff that's a drag. So it's an open, continuous thing where I'm interested in making myself better and doing better. I call this conscious positives. We have lots of unconscious negatives in our lives where things are not going well, or that we have pain or anger or sadness or stuff that's happening inside of us that we may or may not be aware of. Well, sports is conscious positive. I'm on purpose finding positives finding ways to make myself better and to do better. And I'm doing that consciously. So that's another emotional intelligence characteristic, is to purposefully be positive, purposeful positivity, I call it. Empathy, we got to have some empathy from other people. It's not just you most of the time. So we got to understand what's going on with other people and care a little bit. We got to have good relationships. We got to follow the rules and have regulations, and that's cool. That's emotional intelligence thing, is to be smart about what's going on around you and the rules and guidelines that you need to follow. Of course, pushing yourself, clearing your mind and heart. Like if you're like for golf or something, or well, whatever it is, if you're upset or you have some emotions going on, it's really hard to concentrate. You find that your emotions get high and your cognition gets low, right? When feelings go up, logic goes down, is the way it works, and it's kind of a teeter-totter thing. And so they've got to be able to manage your emotions in a way that you can still think and affect yourself and direct yourself and with those around you. So I find that's a very important part of it. Being coachable. Again, not a fixed mindset, but the ability to listen to people and to allow other people to be mentors and leaders and role models for us. We consciously, another cool part of it. One of the things I think is very funny about sports is how optional it is. For me, I like it. I enjoy watching sports. I get into it. And some people are even more into it than I am. Just amazing, where it's their entire life is about their sports team, or what really matters to them might be their cricket team, their soccer team, whatever it is. And they care so much about it. It's just, right, it kind of consumes people. It can be an addiction, in fact. Or I have friends that could not care in the slightest bit about what's going on with sports, and that's okay. It's okay. You get to choose. It's pretty cool, actually. It's completely optional whether you care or not. You care or not about sports in particular. So I just think that's a funny characteristic of it. So I'm not sure what there is to learn about that. I guess we care about stuff consciously or we don't consciously. We get to choose what we care about and what we don't. And that's kind of neat thing. Sports is a good example of that. Competition can help us bring out our very best. Competition is an important part. If we're just doing, then we can get complacent and such. But if we have competition, then okay, wait a minute. All right, I gotta be better than them, or I gotta be better than me. Actually, some people say it's not so much the competition as them, but more that I'm improving and I get better every day. Practice, we got to practice, we got commitment. We decide that we're going to go for something and we go for it and we stick with it. That's a big deal. Another good lesson from sports. Peace, of course, peace, one of my favorite things, one of the purpose of our nonprofit. But we can create peace on the field, in the stands, in the stadium, in growth, and we can create peace inside of us and between us and among us. Social peace as a team. We can get along. We can listen to each other. We can have some peace between us. So that's a big part of sport. We have to respect each other. We don't have to like them, but we do need to respect each other. We need to cooperate to some extent, at least in competitive games. Self-care, we got to take care of ourselves and learn how to take care of ourselves and set boundaries, what's okay with me, what's not okay, kind of thing. Intentional joy, I like that. Do you know of anywhere in the world, any situation in the world where people are as visually, intentionally excited about something, anything. Where do you see people actually jumping up and down or waving banners or screaming at the top of their lungs? Where in any other realm, anywhere in life? The only way I see that is in sports. It's incredible, actually. I don't know of any other. Maybe you can share some with me, but I think that's wild. If you watch where you have like 70 or 90 or 100,000 people will pay large amounts of money and travel and be totally uncomfortable in order to go and just watch something so that they can yell and scream. It's wild. That's only in sports. Only in sports. I guess. Yeah, I guess a concert might be that way, or some political stuff, but sports is wild in that department. Another thing is keeping score and measuring progress. It's another thing we can learn from sports and games, right? We got to, how we doing? Are you doing the same? Or are you getting worse? Or are you getting better? And we can measure so anything else, you guys, feel free to throw it in the chat or raise your hand or something if you have. What else can we learn from sports? How can we improve our emotional intelligence by watching or playing? Okay. Go ahead and write if you feel like it, and I'll read it. So let's go on. So how can EQ improve sports? Well, EQ helps us focus. Because we can deal with our emotions and be able to direct our thinking and our concentration on something by being aware of our feelings and being able to move them aside or to put them away for a little while or to feel them and release them so that we can be just as clear as we can. So we have all of our what's it called? Anyway, so we can be focused is the best word, I guess. Manage and control our emotions. We can deal with our stress sometimes. As you can imagine, if you were pro sports and you've got a million people watching you do something, it can be a little bit stressful. It can be a little stressful, or it's the last second, or something's happening really fast, or whatever. What do you do with your energy around that? And so that's some of the things that emotional intelligence can help with. Personal power, digging down deep. Feelings, you can if you're in touch with your feelings, you can go to a depth and a passion inside of you, this raw power that you can touch on, and that, in my opinion, is only about is right around emotions. It's about dealing with your emotions. It's hard to think yourself into power. You can think about it, but the feeling about it, the raw that you dig down and get out of your soul and your heart is something that is really powerful emotionally and can make sports make much better at sports. Motivation, commitment, pushing yourself, leadership, empathy, all that stuff goes both ways. You can learn this from sport, and you can do better at sports because of emotional intelligence and being able to manage those parts of your life. So I thought that was kind of fun. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's many more. So here's a concept that I wanted to talk to you about. As I said, I recently found out about it, and I wanted to share some with you during this. So I looked some more into it, and I have one of the main guys on our team, Bill Overton. He is, I think he's actually he may have spoken here at one of these, but he speaks with me pretty often, and he's into play, which I think is pretty cool. He's in a band. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention about sports. I play racquetball, try to do twice a week. I used to do 3 times a week, but I try to do twice a week. My knees are not doing well, and so I've had to modify our game a little bit. That's been pretty wild. But I play sports as well as watching sports. And I've skied and racquetball and rugby. I played rugby for years. I was a president of our rugby club in college. That's a heck of a sport. You wonder why my knees are shot, huh? Anyway, so sport. So play. Let's talk about play. And this is another thing that I enjoy doing. This is one I did it yesterday. We went to a birthday party for a 1-year-old. So there was kids there, and there was balloons there, and there was balls there and stuff like that. And you just play. Play is a real thing. And it's a real stress reduction thing. Definition of play is when you engage in an activity for enjoyment and recreation only, rather than serious or practical purpose. You just play because it's fun, because it's enjoyable. You just play. All right. And we forget about that. It's also conducting an athletic match or contest. You play a game, right? We're going to play a competition, or you can put on a play, a dramatic work for stage or broadcast. All right. You put on a play. Those are different definitions to it, but I'm mostly interested in the first one, where you engage in an activity for enjoyment, not to make more money, not to do your job or to do what you should do. You play because it's fun, because it feels good, because it's cool. So this is a cool definition of it, was to move lightly and quickly, to occupy or busy oneself, amuse oneself, engage in active exercise, frolic. I often do frolic. I'm not sure I frolic very much, but I do play fairly often, and I love it. I highly recommend that you add some more play into your life. So we often, this is some of the stuff I was looking into, we often dismiss play for adults. Play is a children's thing, but it's not. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. We call it unproductive, petty, or even guilty pleasure. Once we reach adulthood, it's time to get serious, right? You better buckle down and get serious. Well, that's not very healthy. I mean, we do, but then we got to take some time where we don't. Between personal and professional responsibilities, there's no time to play. This is some of the stuff that goes on for us adults. The only kind of play we honor is competitive play, says Dr. Bowen, or Dr. White, sorry, in this book. And that's pretty much true. Even if I didn't play racquetball, then we can watch it on TV. Competitive play, that's the only play that's on TV mostly, right, is competitive play. And so that's the only kind that we mostly pay much attention to. However, play can be just as important for adults as it is for kids. We don't want to lose the need for novelty and pleasure as we grow up. It's one of the good quotes. Novelty and pleasure as we grow up. So we can play. We can play games. My wife and I play cards. Last night, while we were waiting for dinner to cook, we'd play cards, and we're competitive, but we're not. And I let her cheat, and she appreciates it. And we don't really keep score. Like, oh, won, okay, great. You won, okay, great, whatever. And so that you can keep score or not, you can be competitive or not, but it's something that we do for fun. It's a connecting activity, and highly recommend it. How much does a deck of cards cost, right? You can play. There's a million different ways you can play with a deck of cards. If you don't get too serious about it, and you don't have to win, you can overdo it. You can overdo it pretty easily, like everything, but you can also have it be a lot of fun. We also play on a game on the computer together, and on her tablet together, and that's pretty cool too. And it's just playing, we're kind of wasting time. Actually, it's a word game, so we learn a little bit, but mostly it's just for fun and a way to connect. So highly recommend that as well. Dr. Brown says play is art, and books and movies and music and comedy and flirting and daydreaming. Is all play means kind of the opposite of getting stuff done. You're not taking things apart, but you're not getting it much done. You're just like art. Why do you do that? Because it feels good, right? Why do you watch a movie? Because it feels good, right? That kind of thing. Why do you listen to music? That, etc. So that's all in the whole realm of play, of allowing yourself to not be stressed and busy and working and head down all the time. You can enjoy. So, and Jana, do you have a question or comment right now, or you got your hand up? Did you want to? No. Okay. All right. So some suggestions: surround yourself with playful people. select friends who are playful and play with the people that you like and you love. Play with them. So that's pretty cool. We have some of our real good friends. Most of the time, if we go to their house or they come to our house, we play. We get out the games and we play, and it's super fun. And I love hanging out with them, and they love hanging out with us. And it's just, I look forward to it. It's just a joyful time on purpose. Try it. Brown says, play is a catalyst. A little bit of play can go a long way toward boosting our productivity and happiness. Boosting our productivity. Pretty cool, right? Change how you think about play. Give yourself permission to play. For instance, talking to your dog. We have 2 dogs, and I talk to them sometimes, and I think it's funny because they don't have much to say back, as you can imagine. So you can play with them just for no particular reason, and you can give them nicknames, and you can use weird words, and you can just play with them, and they like that because they're pay attention to them. But let yourself play is kind of a release from the seriousness that we live in. Look back in your past and see how you played as a kid. How did your parents allow you to play, or did you play, or did they promote it, or did they kind of squash it? What was it like for you as a kid when you played? Did you have fun with it, or was it a drag for you? Did you have friends that you could play with? Did you have brothers and sisters you could play with, etc.? So check out what from your past and see if you can find some good stuff, some great memories, and see if you can recreate some of them and try to put some play into your life. And then little ones, like I said, I was at 1-year-old, and I was playing with a 3-year-old who's my granddaughter, and there was another kid there who was 10, and we were playing with the balloons. We were boom, 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 but the balloons and having a blast with that. And then they started chasing each other around, and it was very fun. And we didn't get anything done. We were just playing. So find some little kids, your grandkids, whatever, to play with. They love it. And you'll be a hero to them, and you'll feel better afterward. And try it. Just play with kids. They look forward to it. Someone said, play is the purest expression of love. That's pretty wild. Play is the purest expression of love. I don't know, maybe something to consider. So cool. So let yourself play. So let's talk a little bit about international sports. I think we could gain more peace through sports. We have had times in the past internationally where things were very, very tense, and they were able to still be able to put all that aside in order to cooperate and to specifically to compete, but to be in the same room, to be in the same environment, to follow the same rules, to kind of be together on something. And I'm hopeful. I would think that it would help with international relations. I don't have any proof of that, but we do have a couple of proof of the opposite of that, like the Munich games and some of the things where some really, really bad things happened when right after World War II, when the blacks got involved and they started winning, and that was not okay with people and that sort of thing. So there's some tough parts about that, but there's some wonderful parts about it as well, where you have the governments and politics that are completely opposite, and they let all of that go in order to do the games. So I think it could help. I think it does help, but I don't have any proof of that, but something to consider. So it's about competition with respect. We can, even when we could do that as countries too, we can compete with each other and still have respect for each other and not go killing each other, bombing each other, any of that stuff, and have some respect for other human beings. So I think that can be helpful with sports. So here's the references that I was looking through. I'll be happy to share this PowerPoint after this if you need any of that. And just some takeaways: let yourself play some more. If you watch sports, watch what they do and learn from their efforts. Watch them. Watch how the coaches connect with each other, how the teams work, how they support each other, how they encourage each other, etc. Be coachable. You don't have everything, you don't know everything about everything. There's other people that do know things that could be able to help you. And if you have that growth mindset, then you can be open to learning more, being better, etc. Continuous improvement. We do the best we can with what we know. The more we know, the better our best can be. So it's about being our best. So there it is. That was fun. Thanks for listening. I hope you could allow yourself to play a little bit more in your life. For no particular reason, find some kids and play with them, a kid, and play with them, or pet even. But I think it could be very helpful. So, all right. Any questions, comments, concerns, disagreements? Happy to talk more. Hello.
Yeah, Matt, it was really rocking session, covering sports, games, emotional, and a lot of aspects, intertwined and interdependent. It was really very insightful to learn about how they are.
Hi, Mary. Do you have something you would like to share? Uh-oh. Goodness. It said that I am now the host. So Mary, did you want to, did you have something you wanted to share? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Maybe I think Dr. Ravindra had technical difficulties perhaps because he's gone. Anjana, did you have something you would like to say or ask? Thank you. I got a nice research. I assume that was to me. Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Parna said, like the research. Appreciate that. Anybody? Oh, here he comes back again. Dr. Ravindra, hi.
Yeah, sorry, due to network connection, I lost my connection. Thank God,
Yeah, no problem.
back. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was a very wonderful, the way how you interconnected sports, games, emotional intelligence, and how they are fostering each other and contributing to well-being, health and well-being of the individual. It's really very well presented. Matt, as usual, you rock the session, and it is really the need of the hour. We need resource persons like you who are working towards dedicated entire life. See, 4 decades is not just a thing. You are very much into emotional intelligence and promoting global peace. We are very fortunate to have you here on this platform. Having such a dedicated person, almost entire life you are into it. So we are very fortunate to have you here. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Matt sir. I'm very happy because I like sports a lot.
Oh. What do you watch? What do you play or watch? Or both?
hockey players. So,
Okay.
and they play for the state hockey. And one of my friend is participated in Para Olympics.
Oh, nice.
And she
Nice. Yep.
has two times heart transplant. She's gone through 2 times heart transplant, and she's participated in Para Olympics, and she's lifted the national flag of India.
Wow.
So,
Fantastic.
because of her, we did lot of programs in the national TV, and we did on organ donation, and she's a sports player. So only I'm odd out of the group. So I love sports a lot because my own dad he played for Reserve Bank of India.
Yeah. Wow.
He's an athlete. Because of
Neat.
sports quota, only joined bank.
Yep.
Sports has lot of criteria to join any good job, like bank or anything good job. If you are a sports quota person, you will get it easily. So that's how my dad got into Reserve Bank. So I love sports personally, and you connected very well to sports and emotional engineering. Like every time you do expert session, Matt sir, I'm very interested in your session every time. Every Sunday,
Yeah.
I will listen carefully at what you say, and I note down lot of points, lot of takeaway from you. For me, I can't ask questions.
Shambhavi.
Person. So all the best, sir.
अभी नहीं करना 15
take-
just 15 minutes.
You too. Thank you, Mary. Yeah, sports kind of magical, like most of emotional intelligence, and there's so much we can learn from it. All right. Anybody else? Dr. Aparna, did you want to share?
Yeah. It's really interesting to know that the emotional intelligence can also be improved with this sports.
Yeah.
I work with that way. I was knowing that emotional intelligence can help with sports, but the sports can also help improving emotional intelligence. And then various aspects of sports, how it get to balance the emotions and thought process and working in a team and inspiring, and then get coached by the people. It's all very interesting. Thank you so much. I get many ideas right now to think how I can inspire students to play more to improve their emotional intelligence.
Excellent. Good. Well, very happy to be inspired by that. And that's great. Thank you for sharing that, and good luck with it all. Very cool.
So anyone else would like to share? We can quickly take up. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next session. Thank you, Matt. This is odd time for you, but still you keep us motivating, encouraging by joining us and sharing your wonderful knowledge, and that's so nice of you.
Not a problem. All right. Well, thank you for having me. I'm gonna go take a nap. So, take care, you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care. Yeah.
Let yourself play more. Let yourself play more. Bye.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Matt, once again for joining us for the wonderful session. And yeah, as you mentioned, it is need of the hour, and we'll move on. We have Professor Aparna Vajpayee.
Yes, I'm taking 1 minute just to share the screen.
Yeah. So she is Professor and Associate Dean, School of Liberal Arts and Management, PP Savani University from Gujarat. Welcome you, ma'am.
While I'm trying to share the screen, I'm getting a message that most disabled participant screen sharing. So how I can share my screen?
No, ma'am. You can try again.
Okay. Am I able to share the PPT?
It's not yet visible. Can you try sharing again, ma'am? There is some connectivity issue with the speaker. In the meanwhile, you all can fill up the feedback form. Your feedback form in the form of polls has been raised for session 6. Quickly fill up the feedback form.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. You got disconnected.
It's very heavily in Surat and I was facing problem with internet.
Yeah, ma'am.
Now I think I'm able to.
Yeah, you can try again, ma'am.
My screen is visible?
Not yet.
Hello.
Not yet, ma'am. It's showing as started screen sharing,
Am
but
I
we can't
audible?
see any. Yeah, you are audible. We can't see any content. Now it's visible. Yeah, Dr. Aparna, it's visible now. You can continue.
Can I start?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Dear participants, you can quickly fill the feedback form while you are attending to the session. I think the speaker is having some connectivity issue. We can see you, but we can't see your PPT.
Can I just present like this? Some problem, I know, but no.
Okay, you can do one thing. You can email your PPT. Or you can continue without PPT. I think there is some network issue, no? And do not close the this feedback forms. This co-host, instead of minimizing, you are closing, ending the forms. That is creating problem. We cannot relaunch the form again. Participants, be quick. We are opening it for 20 minutes. Last form was open for 20 minutes. Even 6-7 people also didn't fill the form. If you delay like this, we can't help you. You have to help yourself. If this is a kind of feedback you are giving, it is very difficult for us. You have to quickly fill up the feedback form. You are taking your own time, and when the form is getting closed, and you again ask for feedback form. Ma'am, you can continue without PPT. You can email your PPT. I think there is some network issue.
I have already emailed you. I have already emailed you.
Achha.
Yeah, as I was saying, that it is one of the visual literacy program, and it have been found that visual literacy occurs by way of developing and practices, which includes 3 basic components: visualization, visual meaning constructions, and ideations. But the researchers are saying with the deprived sections of children, it is often found that they are not able to visualize and construct the meaning with the complete creative expression and ideation of the picture. So we have formed a kind of intervention program for the deprived sections of children, and tried with an effort to make an impact of intervention program or visual literacy skill program to improve the visual literacy of the deprived sections of children. Thus, we have hypothesized that non-deprived children will perform better than deprived children before training. Visual training program will level up the difference between the deprived and non-deprived children, and the duration of visual literacy program will have positive relation with the performance. The impact of visual skill literacy program will be maintained over the long duration of the time. So it was the hypothesis. The sample we have taken of was the children of 8 to 9 years age, and why we have chosen the children of this age, because it is the age where the differences among the performance is being reflected in performance. So that was the criteria of selecting the children, and methodology was chosen. We have taken we have used the criterion test, or we can say we have measured the performance of children 4 times before training, soon after the training, 1 month after the training, and 6 months after the training. Before and after was just to compare the impact of a training program on children, and 1 month after and 6 months after the training was measurement was taken to know the maintenance effect of training on the performance of deprived sections of children. Then developing visual skills, what we have taken in program, we have taken certain tests and tasks of work with which children can improve their image analysis process, and visual meaning construct of mapping mind and brainstorming techniques of clustered thinking aspects were taken care in the training program. And the third aspect was the ideation, the creative impression in the form of writing stories, visual, as well as verbal communication of those picture interpretation was included in that. When it comes to the strategies, we have taken 3 levels of interventions program, 2-week training program, 4 weeks training programs, and 8 weeks training program. So there were 3 levels of training we have formed, and the test material were of 2 kinds. One test was the sequence perception test, which we have taken as a criterion measurement, and in which we have taken sequence perception test analysis of the picture ideation. And then there were a number of training tests and training tasks in which we have taken Indo-African embedded figure test, co-block design test, and picture comprehension task, and object perception and classification of tasks. So these are few tests we have used to develop the visual literacy of children. The result we have got, if you can see, it's a mean comparison. We have also done certain other analysis to describe the data, and it is clearly reflected in the result that before and after there was a much difference in the performance. After the training program, the improvement in performance was clearly visible. I can say it was significant improvement in the performance. And 1 month after and 6 months after, measurement is showing the maintenance of training effect. But when I'm comparing the levels of training in 2 weeks training program, the maintenance of training effect get leveled off. Yet the same impact of training is reflecting even after 1 month and 6 months in 4 weeks training program and 8 weeks training program. So the optimal level of training to maintain its effect is minimum 4 weeks. And in 8 weeks, we have even a kind of spike in the performance, even after the performance. And it is why, because if cognitive ability is learned, it started using in their day-to-day life, then automatically that become the part of behavior to improve the performance. So there was a good improvement in that. In another measurement, again, we have got the same kind of result. There was a good improvement in performance after the training program, but 2 weeks training program was not effective to speak loudly about the effect of training on performance. Yet on the other hand, 4-week training was effective, significantly effective, and the maintenance of training effect was also visible in 1 month and 6 months after the training program. Yet in 8 weeks, we have again got a good spike in both the 2 measures of criterion test. So, and lastly, I'm going to make the discussion about the program. The findings reveals that there was significant difference between the children of deprived and non-deprived before the training, but because of the training, the visual literacy gap in performance was leveled off. So the major difference in performance of deprived and non-deprived is because of experiential difference in life. If we enrich the experience of their life, then their cognitive perceptual pictorial perception can improve to, or I can say it can be brought to the level of non-deprived children. In the same way, effect of different duration of visual training skill program become more dominant feature. And if the levels of training is proper, then performance was not only improved with the effective manner, but the children who get exposed to the training for the longer duration of time, their performance get maintained over the longer period of time. Few more transfer of knowledge and strategies as important aim of a simulation program is being perceived, and along with this, training through different tests and tasks as a formative influence on cognitive perceptual task pictorial perception of high and low cost children were found to be related with the experiential differences of children. A synoptic analysis of the effect of duration of training shows that there were considerable improvement in pictorial perception from 2 to 4 and 8 weeks of visual literacy program. Effect of interference due to number of intervening activities was measured only to a 2 weeks training. On the other hand, with 8 weeks, we have found a kind of a remnants effect of Ballard, which is showing that if a skill is being used in day-to-day life, it automatically become the part of cognitive structure and get enhancements. Thus, even after the training, the performance kept improving with the children of 8 weeks training. So this is one of the training which is reflecting with the transfer of learning and indicating that if a difference among the deprived and non-deprived is there, it can be leveled out with the help of some enrichment program. Visual literacy was one of the small aspect of literacy. It can also be applied in various other areas of cognitive development. This is all about my study. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna, for a brief and insightful.
Sorry, I'm little get disturbed with my PPT and the connection was continuously breaking up.
Yeah, we can understand.
I just briefed in a very quick manner.
Yeah. This was very insightful. Thank you for joining us. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much for a very short period of notice.
Yeah, thank you. And we look forward for more sessions in future. We know about you. You are a senior academician, and we can contribute in a much better way in coming sessions with the
of course, yes.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
So, dear participants, I am sharing feedback form. Now, this would be the final feedback form. So, quickly fill it up. This is the form from which we will be taking data from for certification. So, fill it carefully. So, do not move away from your Zoom application, or do not close any pop-up windows, because once launched, we cannot launch it again. So be careful. The overall feedback form has been launched. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Now it's 7:34. It will be open. Sorry, 5:34. It will be open till 5:40. 6 minutes of time is there. Thank you, everyone, all the speakers for the day, for joining us, and for your enlightening sessions since morning, and also participants for patient listening. We put a lot of efforts daily organizing an international webinar series. Calling international is not a joke. Even universities also, I am also an academician. I know how much pain we take and how much efforts, and we don't get even a single rupee. In fact, we spend our hard-earned money, time, resources. See, every Sunday spending whole day organizing and coordinating is not a simple work, and the participants need to understand. You can just type anything and send. I know whoever has typed it, but it's not so easy to do things. We should, as a human being, we need to appreciate the things that are happening. If we are not able to appreciate, better don't attend such things. With one person not attending, on one person attending will not make any difference for us. Our motto is, even one person attend also, it is a great just thing that we are contributing to him. So if you are not able to understand these things, then better don't attend. We will be more happy instead of dealing with such nonsense things. And follow the instructions. See, that is 99.9%. Whatever queries we are getting is only because of not following the instructions only. Because once we show them how he has done, again they simply overlook these things. It is not so easy. We have been organizing so many programs, events, and it will take a full day, for preparing this, sharing this, and you have to understand all these things. It's not so easy. And just telling something, sending something, not serve any purpose. We have to be a very good human being in the very first place, leaving all the other things. We are always open to suggestions, but it should be in a very polite way, respectful way. No? Otherwise, what is the use of being human being in the very first place?
So feedback form is not available now.
What happened, ma?
It's not accessible.
No, if you close it, or if you close it, you cannot see it again.
No, sir, I was filling and it suddenly closed automatically.
What happens is, if you, by mistake, these are all touch screens, na? And if you by accidentally click on something, it will get closed.
No, sir,
okay,
it's
what
not
you
my
can do
mistake.
is, no, actually we can see this on the screen, participant screen. We can see, I can see the poll is still live. Anyway, what you can do is, we have already provided an alternative. You can just share your name, designation, mobile number, email address, and your feedback on overall session in chat box. You can select my name and you can share your feedback. That is also available. You can go with it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you for organizing this and giving us all the opportunity to learn. I am having difficulty accessing the feedback form. I'm only seeing the polling results.
Yep. No, I think you are seeing the previous poll. You need to close that results poll. Now, what is the window title you are seeing? Is it overall feedback form or anything else? Or you are seeing feedback form for session with a number?
I went to more options and saw poll results.
No. It should be with the title overall feedback form.
Where do I access this?
No, it comes automatically on your screen.
Oh no, I can't see.
Okay, if you all have a problem, then let's do one thing. You stay, because we have not made any alternative arrangements. Okay. What you can do is, you can share your name, designation, organization, and place, along with your email ID and mobile number, and feedback for overall session. If you are unable to access, then that will also do. We will take
Okay.
it from them also.
That can do
Okay.
in chat box.
In chat box, you can leave your details.
Okay.
Because
Thank you,
while attendance is anyway taken by the Zoom platform, but what happens is the names do not match exactly, and someone logins with some other name. We are not able to issue certificate, and without having details, we will be not able to issue.
Okay.
So we need to have the participant complete details and feedback.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, Nafi, have you shared your details?
I'm still sharing it.
Yeah. Whoever is unable to see the overall feedback form window, you can share it in chat box, all those details.
Oh yeah, well, maybe no.
And for the presenters only will be sharing your certificates through WhatsApp within couple of days. And participants, everyone have to visit our website and download your certificates. I will be showing you. It's a very simple procedure. Most of them we do not abide to the instructions. That's why we face problems. Only see, it is very simple. You have to register for the conference or webinar. You need to participate in all sessions and fill the feedback form, and you can download your certificate. This is very simple. Only there will be a problem where you have not registered and attended directly, or you have not participated all the sessions, or you have not filled the feedback form. So these are the problems. If you have missed any of these steps then you will have problem. So it is a very simple 4-step procedure to get your certificate. So you register for the event. If not registered also, you can now also registration form is open. So you can go and register yourself even after filling the feedback form. And then you need to make sure you are attending all the sessions and filling up the feedback form. And the website I will show you how to download. The instructions are also given. You can download it. This is a regular procedure, routine procedure, which we are circulating also. This procedure is also available on the website.
I have just sent the detail, Doctor. I sent my name, my designation, my address, my email address, and phone number. Is that okay? Hello, Doctor.
Yeah, just a second. So this is a website, central website for all the events. You can just need to type this website address here. Christina, can you unmute can you mute yourself?
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. The overall feedback form is still live. You can continue to fill up the feedback form, whoever is able to access, and whoever is not able to access, make sure you are leaving the same details in the chat box. Your name, designation, organization, your email address, contact number, and your comments, feedback. So here After visiting the website, you can see here International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. You can see here daily a keyword. Otherwise, here also you can see the conferences direct link. You can click on respective link and reach there. I will show you the regular way because not all of events are updated here. So this is a place where you need to visit. I think someone's mic is on. See, keep everyone muted, otherwise you will not able to understand what I am talking. Then again you will ask. Okay, this is a website, and here you can see the left side, there is weekday schedule and also Sunday schedule. That is only for convenience. Generally weekdays we have 1 or 2 speakers and Sundays we have multiple speakers because it's a full day program, and weekdays 6 to 8. Here Sunday you can navigate to the date on which you have attended. You can collect your certificate. You can download your certificate after 15 working days from the website. That is the maximum time, but we, as per the feasibility, we will be releasing the certificates. You can see, you can select the date on whichever date you have attended and you have met the eligibility criteria. And today's conference, you can see it here, 24th July. Here you can find the flyer, and just below that here you will see the certificate link. As still the conference is going on, we have not updated it. Let's go to previous conference. Just before this flyer, you can see link like this. Just below the flyer, you can see e-certificates for participants. For resource persons, we are directly sharing. So we are not putting link on website. We will send you because they are very less certificates. So, but participants, we have more certificates. That's why we are putting it here. So you can find the link like this here. And you can click on it and you can download your certificates. All the certificates are uniquely identified with a certificate ID and your name. You can just select your certificate and you can download it. It's very simple. Don't complicate things by overthinking or not properly understanding. So it's that simple. Register, patiently attend, gain knowledge, fill the feedback form, and visit the website and download your certificates. It's very simple. If you don't follow these instructions, you will be going round and round. You will not be able to get your certificates. All certificates are there. You can just click any date, even March, any date you click, you can go flyer and find the link. So we are systematically updating, not for others, for our sake. We are very much systematic. We will check everything and we are doing it in a systematic way. So if you are unable to find, then that is your problem, but we are there. Only thing is you need to follow instructions. If you don't follow and if you want to go as you like, then you will never find these things. Even in life also, we have to be very organized, disciplined, then only we'll get what we want. Otherwise, it's a very simple thing. So hope everyone has enjoyed it, all the sessions. So this is very simple. You can visit and download. The reason we have kept it on the website is many email addresses were bouncing, and moreover, it will also act as a verification. See, if anyone wants to verify, till we are coming up with the verification system, all certificates can be verified, whether it is genuine or not, by visiting the website, even third parties or whoever want to verify. So that is one other purpose, where we are putting everything on website, and we are very transparent. There is nothing to hide. All the meetings, all the conferences information are online, and everything is being conducted and all the sessions are online on YouTube. So we are very transparent and we are very accountable. So we know our duties and responsibilities. We are doing it sincerely, wholeheartedly. But if you don't follow the instructions and after that you ask feedback link and other, you join whenever you like, you join whenever you leave, all these things, then you are only trouble, inviting trouble, and we will not be able to help. We are there here, we are investing our time, money, and speakers are also coming and they are also contributing. And this is a very good platform. You know, no one is taking one, earning anything from here. We are contributing, we are sparing. Every Sunday, I spend whole day here. You know how it is difficult. You come for 1 hour, presenting is so much difficult for you. You come and attend one Sunday is very difficult for you. And how difficult it is for us to spend all the Sundays and daily evening, immediately after we return from work, we are spending from 6 to 8. How difficult it is. Only for the sake of sharing knowledge, we have created this platform. You have to understand that in the very first place. You can't be so blunt or something like that and talk anything. This is only for the person who has written something in the chat box, and also all others. If you do not respect, and you will not be respected. I am very straightforward, because as a human beings, we need to have that. If you don't want to attend, better don't attend. You don't want to follow instructions, don't contact us. Because our time is precious. If your time is not precious, our time is precious. And I'm very particular about it. We all need to follow the instructions. Only then you come. You don't come also, we are fine. To follow the instructions, take the certificates, enjoy the knowledge. This knowledge is not so easy. You know how much you have to pay, how much we have to request. Everyone is contributing so much, and like an idiot and fool, you write something in the chat box. How painful it is for us. If you are in my place, what you will do? You should behave like a human being in the very first place. Sorry for that, but you know, we have to understand. And all are educated, and you behave like something like that, and you know that it shows about you only, nothing else. We have the record of that here. We can put the same on website. And what will happen? And how does it reflect on you? So be careful, whatever you are talking, whatever you are doing in public spaces. This is not like your home, you can do anything. No, when you are coming on a public platform, everything is being recorded and you have to be in a respectable manner. Maybe everyone has difficulties, but that doesn't mean that you take that opportunity to do something which is not ethical, moral, or inhumane. If you don't understand, you can ask. I am showing you also. It's very simple. If you don't understand 4 procedure, what is the purpose of being educated so much? What is the use of gaining so much degrees if you don't understand 4-step procedure? Sorry for that, but I really got hurt with the message. Okay, you continue to, rest of us continue to fill up the feedback form. If still someone is yet to fill up the feedback form, you can share in the chat box. We will continue to do our service to the society, because we have a lot of people who want to criticize. They do nothing to the society. They are there as a role models of how we should not be do and how we should not be. So we will take that examples positively, and we will quote also if required with references that how a person should not be. So if whoever has submitted feedback, you can leave the webinar so that we know conference that you have completed. And once again, we thank you on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. Nafi, you have something to say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. You have given your feedback now, your details in chat box. Hello. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So quickly fill up the feedback form. It's already 4:56. Sorry, 5:56. We'll be closing the session in another 4 minutes. And the overall feedback form in the forms of polls is also active. We are organizing sessions daily. You can join with the same link on weekdays 6 to 8 p.m. and on Sundays 11 to 5 p.m. So every week we have a theme based on United Nations commemoration days and as well as various national days. We have taken that as theme and a common theme of holistic health, well-being and sustainable development. So you can present if you are any expert or if you are doing any research. We invite you everyone. This is an open platform. We all are professionals, academicians and qualified, certified, all this who have come together to share our knowledge and also to promote research and development presentation by youngsters and research scholars and all. So feel free, use this platform in an effective, productive way. Certificate is just a gratitude. As a token of gratitude, we are giving certificate. Certificate is not the important thing. It's just a piece of paper. So all this, anyway, if you have attended and completed formalities, you will get certificate automatically generated on the website. So don't worry, even if you don't download it today or some other day, even after 1 month also, you can download your certificates. So keep attending. See you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And you can visit website. You can subscribe to our calendar, Google Calendar, where you get automatic updates in your calendar. It will be notified. You will receive alerts. And you can join Facebook group and Telegram channel where we'll be posting the links daily. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.